other AI exists on market for free. Basic understanding. Okay, that's good. Every time I teach the course, we have slightly different questions. So as you can probably imagine, when I first started teaching early last year, the questions were, what was this? Is this even relevant to what I do? And now people are looking to, how do I apply this? So we've moved on a bit in the year, which is good. Hi, I assume as young Megan has entered everybody into the room, that means everybody who's joining is going to join. And we are 9 minutes past, so I think it's okay for us to start. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Laurel Papworth. I've been involved in AI now since around 2008 because I became very nosy about how Facebook's feeds were working. So as an online community manager who'd worked for decades in building massive online communities for games and TV shows and things like that, I started to, and I'm a geek, absolutely a geek. I started to dig into the research papers that were being published on semantic AI, which was the kind of artificial intelligence that was underpinning the social media news feeds at the time. And I looked at lexicon and deep text and a range of different semantic AIs. Semantic AI means search, retrieve, and cite. So when you do a Google search and you say, give me some tips on how to write a marketing plan for a hairdressing salon, if you ask a semantic AI, it says, sure, let me search, retrieve, and then cite, link to 400 million websites or PDFs or academic papers or whatever it is, whatever engine you're searching, and give you all those links. Useful if you want a list of links, less useful if you just want the tips. So with generative AI, we've moved away from that search, retrieve, and cite model, and we've moved into a creative model. So if you ask it for 10 tips for a marketing plan, it will say, for a hairdressing salon, it will usually come back and say, do this with list target audiences, list campaigns, list content calendars, list this, list that. So it will give you the summary of all those semantic searches that it's done. Don't worry, I'm not going to get too geeky. We're just going to spend a couple of minutes on the different types of AI, and then I'll tell you what we're going to cover today. There's something called computer vision AI, which I've always been found fascinating and terrifying. And that's computer vision AI most classically is used in large businesses around object identification and facial recognition. So a face is an object identification. And you would have seen this quite a lot where, sorry, somebody off of mute. If you could go on mute, unless you have a question, that would be awesome. Thank you. With object recognition, it's the ability for the AI to look at what's in the background. And often I have as my green screen the Sydney Harbour Bridge because I want to anchor my content into Australia. The AI picks up on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and knows that it's for Australia. So there's a lot of stuff around object and facial recognition with computer vision AI. I guess the third AI, sorry, I just mentioned generative quickly. We'll go through a lot more around generative AI as we go through the GPTs, the G standing for generative, semantic, computer vision, or facial recognition. And then the next one is behavioral AI, where the AI will make a prediction. It's predictive AI, make a prediction on what a person is going to do at a particular time. I saw a video yesterday where the AI predicted nanoseconds ahead of the time where the ball was going to go in a game in I think tennis, based on that player's history and a whole range of other data sets, and being able to compute in real time so that it was marking on the court where the ball would go. So that kind of behavioral AI is interesting, not for tennis, but to know what product somebody's going to buy, or when they're going to change their job, or what will make them convert, whereas another person might need another motivation to convert. So for me, they're the four main kind of AIs that I like to read about, play with, sometimes be terrified by, sometimes be excited by. And if you are ever wondering about the others, this course is about generative AI. So not only generative AI, but primarily generative AI. All right, so what are we covering today? This morning, we're going through structured prompting. You get better output, the better your input. So the better you prompt, the better the responses are going to be. I think that's important. And when people say, oh, ChatGPT was boring, or ChatGPT didn't give a very good answer, or ChatGPT was very generic, or ChatGPT, I can always tell it's ChatGPT because it's not very well written. I will say that a poor workman blames her tools. So every time I go on a rant about ChatGPT being rubbish, and it is, because I prompted it badly. And when I go back and think about it, oh, I know how to prompt it now. I've got to change my prompt so I get better output. I always think of ChatGPT like the intern. If you don't explain things properly to it, they're going to go, sure, I can do that, and then do a best guess, which is what generative means. It's about guessing. It's about being creative. So I need to give it the tools to make sure its best guess is better than zero, I guess. The afternoon, we're going to look at how to refine, or it's called fine-tuning an AI with your documents. So there are multiple different options around having the AI read company documents. Along with that, I'm going to talk about privacy, confidentiality, copyright, trademark, client security, a range of different things. Always remembering I'm not a lawyer, and the regulations at the moment suck in this area. That's a technical term. And we're also going to look at what running an AI on your laptop or your iPad looks like, where it's private and not connected to the internet, so that you can decide if your office or your department needs to have a model running locally that isn't under any threat from outside forces. You can have it running locally without internet connection. Okay, good. And I think that will cover most of you that are asking for the basic information. Because, and you know, I know that structured prompting is kind of an important thing. And you are definitely welcome to ask questions as we go through today. Just unmute yourself and ask. I want this to be as interactive as possible. And I know that the temptation to turn the camera off is there, but I really like seeing your little smiley faces, particularly if you're going to speak to me. So that would be awesome if you could, yeah, if we could help me along. Otherwise, I've got a whole day of talking ahead of me with not much interaction. Use the chat box as well, so I know where we're at. Okay, let's move on to this. I'll put myself in the top right. There you are. You can still see the screen. So around about 9 o'clock, I suggested that you guys go to chat.openai.com. It's also at the top of the chat box. But if you haven't, go to chat.openai.com and sign up or sign in. Oh, Sarah, that's really odd. Okay. And Janine's eating breakfast at 6 a.m. I didn't get to eat all mine. And that's fine. Look, if you have to have the video off, that's okay. And I understand during the day you will turn it on and off. I just am aware of the fact that it doesn't feel particularly engaging for anybody. to have a room full of blank faces. So when I go to chat.openai.com and I log into ChatGPT, and we're not just talking about ChatGPT today, we'll talk about lots of other tools as well. But we'll start here because around 6 months ago when I was looking at the figures, I haven't seen any new ones, but ChatGPT had 63% of the market, and the next competitor was Google at 13%, and the others are playing in the playground at 1% or less. Once you log into ChatGPT on the free version, I am on the free version. So my plan, it says I can upgrade to either Plus or Team. I won't go through that at the moment because it's important for you to see ChatGPT working for those of you that have not used it. And then you'll understand what these things are. Like, it's no point me saying DALL-E 3 if you don't know what DALL-E 3 is. But I'm on the free version. I start a new thread. Now, can you see my screen okay? Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. That's about as big as it'll go without it just destroying itself. I click on ChatGPT and I have ChatGPT 3.5. And then I don't have access to the others because I don't have a paid for version. Let me just check something. Right, okay, that's all good. If you do decide to sign up for ChatGPT paid for version, which is called ChatGPT Plus, I recommend that you try it for a month first. If you don't use it or you're not seeing any benefit, then you've spent $33 or whatever it is. And then if you, just a moment, there are so many options around ChatGPT, like for instance, having it inside Copilot, that people start to get confused and they're paying for this and they're paying for that and they're paying for that. And they're all the same thing or very close to the same thing. So what I'll do today is go through each of the different, I guess, packages so that you can have a good understanding of what you get with each one. I'm not going to go through every package because they change them every week anyway, but definitely I'll make sure that we have some kind of idea about where this is heading, because we're at that liminal space where companies are looking at how they're going to use AI. So don't sign up for a year because in a year, everything's going to have changed. I don't think you can. I think you have to pay monthly for some, but some are annual. So you're going to be stuck with whatever they give you anyway. So just a moment. Just logging into the free account. We have a problem, Houston, where it's not letting me log into the free one, but that's okay. There's a big change happening at the moment with OpenAI. And when they do this, there is an issue with, I guess, the propagation that happens across the internet means that you go to log in, you get errors all the time. So just give me one moment. I was logged in and it's logged me out. Have you all been able to successfully log into ChatGPT? If I'm the only one having this issue, then it's at my end. So chat.openai.com, make sure you've logged in. Not going to let me in. Okay, that's okay. We'll stay with the paid for version, and then I'll explain the differences as we go through. I'd had one morning where ChatGPT was down for the morning, so I had to switch the course and do the structured promptings in the afternoon. It's kind of annoying. All right, let's go here. So I'm on the paid for version of ChatGPT, so you need to ignore custom GPTs, which are on the left-hand side. On the free version, you just have ChatGPT option to create a new chat, and you'll only have 3.5. You won't have the other options. So 3.5 is like Windows 95. Windows 95, not particularly well trained. It's from a few years ago now, November 2022. ChatGPT 4 is from April 2023. But when I use ChatGPT 3.5, I ask the question down here, and it's important to remember that this is a chatbot. It's asking questions and responding, asking questions and responding. Your questions or queries are saved on the left-hand side. And when we talk about, I guess, prompts, queries, you ask a question, you get an answer. So that's input and output. And then you refine by asking another question, or refining or fine-tuning your question, and you get another response. This is important. If you ask one question, one query, one prompt, get the response, don't like it, and walk away, you're not engaged in a chatbot. You're not engaged in chat. You are making a demand, like it's a semantic AI, which we've been trained on using. Ask a question, get the response, walk away. Like if Google doesn't give you a great response, you have to keep going in, and 9 times out of 10, it still keeps giving you the same answers. So Google and SEO, semantic AI, means kind of the same answers all the time. Prioritize on a specific data set and algorithms. With ChatGPT, you want to keep having that discussion. So over here, we have all of our queries, and then we have prompt, output, prompt, output. So you'll hear me talking about queries and outputs. And really, the output just means how ChatGPT responds. So the first tip I'm going to give you, and this is available in the free version and the paid for version of ChatGPT. Yeah, OpenAI is definitely having an issue today. Let me just see. We have something called custom instructions. It'll come in, don't worry. Let me just get to here and we'll go through it. This is why I do slides as a backup. It'll be in a minute. This will happen a couple of times during today. So you go down to the bottom and you click on the ... of ChatGPT, and you'll open up custom instructions. This is called the base prompt, the top one, and the bottom one is called the system prompt. And you can toggle the custom instructions on and off. So what is the base prompt? It is the input. This is everything about you and your company that you would have to put into every prompt to tell ChatGPT more about you. So you would say, for instance, I say I'm a trainer, a consultant in artificial intelligence. I run courses. I teach in Asia. I put in my hobbies, my podcast. So this is about me. Tony, I'll address that in a second, if you just hang on for a minute. So when we put this in, we get an output. We have to ask for the output. How do I want ChatGPT to respond?
Lauren, I don't get the, sorry, Lauren, I don't see where the 3 little dots are. I've got
these 3 dots.
Yeah.
I'll shrink your page down. Command minus, so that you might have it too large on the screen.
No.
It's down. It's down. Oh, you might, if you don't have dots, just click on your name.
Oh, okay. And then
Goodness
it says
me.
custom instructions. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
I've got my screen up quite large so you guys can see it. Then there's custom
Yep.
instructions.
Yeah, yeah,
And now it's come in so you can see my live one.
yeah.
So I've put in here about who I am. And this is because I don't want to continually have to tell ChatGPT in every single thread who I am. And I'll explain in a moment why ChatGPT doesn't remember from one question to the next what's going on. In the bottom, I've written things like I like friendly and thoughtful tone with insight reflecting deeper answers. So if I ask it a question about artificial intelligence, I don't want it to say to me, artificial intelligence is computers doing stuff. Like, yeah, I know that. Don't do that. Don't AI explain things to me. I'm fine with long answers. I'm telling it I prefer long answers, actually. And if I need something simplified, I will ask. I tell it to call me Laurel. At one point, I asked it to call me Honey Bun, and it did. And then I got bored with it, so I went back to being Laurel. Opinions are fine as long as they can be explained, which prompts it that if it's going to do anything that's too creative or too generative, it's got to create an answer. It's going to explain to me how it got the answer. But I'm going to show you how to prompt for that anyway. Don't worry about the default AI temperature. We'll talk about that temperature as we go through. I've asked it to please use Australian or British English where possible, not American spelling and grammar. Let me just have a rant for a moment. It doesn't always listen to me. And localization of GPTs seems to be an issue at the moment, but we are in very early days of GPT, so that'll be fixed. And then please ask me relevant questions is probably the most important part of my output. I don't want ChatGPT to jump in with the answer because what it has to do is guess. I ask it a question, it goes, well, I don't have enough information, I'll guess an answer here. If I ask it to ask me relevant questions, it asks me the deeper questions, the stuff I didn't think to cover, which is awesome. So if I say, please write me a marketing plan, it will say, what's your business? Who's your target audience? What are your KPIs? What's your budget? It will ask me all kinds of questions before it comes out with that marketing plan or HR strategy or finance analysis or whatever it is I'm asking it to do. Enable for new chats turns it on and off. So if this is about your business and then you have to do the school newsletter or you're having to do the netball team's newsletter, turn it off and then it won't read this and try and adapt the newsletter to your business. We'll just keep it for the netball team. That's important because that's the only place that ChatGPT remembers things. It doesn't remember from one, it's not the only place, but it's the main place that it remembers things. In these threads, it does not remember from one thread to the next what your questions were or the answers. So if I ask it a question on Arcadia, the book, and I asked it to analyze something and to read it and then answer the questions, I can't go into a new thread and pick up the topic again. So let me just explain how GPT works, because it's, I think, confusing for people who are concerned about the AI learning from their prompts or learning from stuff they're uploading and things like that. When you work with GPT, I'm just setting up the next one. At the bottom of all models, there is a special data set called the pile, which I like to call the steaming pile. And it's open source, meaning it's freely available. You can download it from Hugging Face or GitHub or one of the tech copilot AI sites. And then with ChatGPT, it runs on something called GPT 3.5 or GPT-4. That's the model. And I would suggest that you think about models, AI models, as being data sets which are ingredients, and then algorithms which are recipes. So if I ask you, how do I make pancakes. I'm not a very good chef. I'm not even sure how to make pancakes, but I'm going to go wild and suggest the ingredients, the data sets, would be flour, eggs, milk. And then the recipe is the amount of that data, amount of that ingredients, and then what to do with it. So the algorithm is the program. And we have ingredients as data sets, which can come from multiple places. And I'll be talking about the importance of privacy and security around those data sets as we go through today. So take your data sets, your ingredients, put them together with recipe and algorithms, and then that forms that specific model. That's how we differentiate, I guess, the models in some ways. So at the bottom, we have the pile, which is open source. On top of that is the model, most of which are also open source or free. So you can download Meta's Llama, you can download Wizard and Hermes and GPTs and things like that. There's a GPT for all, which is a free model that you can download. And all of this stuff is free. It's open source. So it's like everything else on the internet. It's free and open source. Okay. If you know anything about the internet, it runs on LAMP, it runs on free software. Used to anyway. On top of GPT, in ChatGPT's case, we have something called a chatbot. So ChatGPT. Now, with GPT, the G stands for generative, but the P stands for pre-trained. So it's published. It's got all the data sets, got all the algorithms bundled up, and it's a physical book published, sent out. You can't add anything else to a published hardcover book. It's done, it's dusted, it's pre-trained, circa April 2023. If you want a better version, you have to wait for the next edition to come out. So with GPT, it's pre-trained. It is not possible to train it on the fly. It would be too expensive, but that's not how it's set up. Now, Bard, somebody asked about Bard, the Google version. It will remember and learn things on the fly. So there are more issues around, Google loves all its data, it takes as much data as it can. It's extremely expensive to train an AI. The software itself is free, open source, but training an AI is what takes GPUs. So you have to hire GPUs, that's a hardware in the cloud, and you have to dump a lot of energy into it. You would never do that on the fly. That's why they set up every 6 months to do a retraining. There is something called fine-tuning that sits on top, and we'll talk about that as we go through, but that ingestation stage where the model is ingesting the data, that pre-training in GPT, done and dusted April 2023. ChatGPT, which is the bit that sits on top of the GPT, runs on something called stateless architecture. And this is something I think, Tony, you were asking about in chat. So stateless architecture is HTTP runs on stateless architecture. It times out. So if you've ever gone to buy a Qantas seat on a flight, and then you've wandered off and come back, it'll say to you, you have to re-log in, or you have to re-look at those seats because you've timed out. If you try to buy Taylor Swift tickets and you get 3/4 through the process and then it times out, you try to go back and they're all sold. That's a classic stateless architecture issue, because it's about, you have 4 to 5 minutes to do something and then it loses the memory of that. In ChatGPT, I actually think this is the worst part of ChatGPT, is the fact that it's pre-trained. I think the next lot of models that come out that are not GPT won't be pre-trained. They'll be learning on the fly. And the second one is that it's running on stateless architecture, meaning it will time out. There is another wrapper on top of ChatGPT called Custom GPT, which I'll talk about this afternoon. That's a different story. That one can hold memory. That one can remember things. But you'd know if you were using a custom GPT, because I'll be showing them to you and you'll see how they're different. In this case, let's go back down to that. Each one of these is running on the stateless architecture, meaning that they're not cross-threading. There is no way to get it to cross-thread. If you don't want to have to write in every 2 seconds everything about your business, you'll need to use the custom instructions and fill it in. So what I'm going to ask you to do now is to go into custom instructions and start to think about what you're going to put in about you at the top, and then what you want, how you want ChatGPT to be at the bottom. I like friendly and thoughtful tone. You can ask it to be sarcastic. You just won't be able to use it very well in your business uses. But think about what you want to put in the top and what you want to put in the bottom. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do that. If you get stuck and you're not sure and you need to be prompted on what you should put in your you've got 2 booklets in your structured prompting book. You can have a look and see that I think it's page 3 is instructions number 1, the first box, the input box, and page 5 is instructions 2, the second box. As you go along, if you have any questions or you'd like to make any suggestions, I'll put mine up so you can see it clearly. I'll have to drop it down a bit though. I do recommend this one down here. Please ask me relevant questions. Just because ChatGPT is not curious, if it's not asking questions, it's not trying to find out what you really want. At least if you ask it to be curious, then it will ask you questions. Susanna, I will show you Bard, because this morning they launched images. I mean, I know ChatGPT's had it for months now, but Bard just launched it this morning, and I'm very eager to see how Bard does images.
Great, thank you.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to do this. If you're going to run into trouble, you need to run into trouble now while you've got me in the room, even the virtual room, so that I can answer your questions and help you out. Just a quick question. How many people had already discovered custom instructions and filled them in, please? Susanna? Okay. Oh, good, Tony. Yeah, it's the most useful part, I think. Without custom instructions, you have to write. Yeah, what we used to do in courses is I'd have everybody write a text document that they would then copy and paste into every new thread. That's a nightmare. You love 80s music and it's hilarious. I went roller skating the other night, and I went to what they call a retro night. And none of the music was retro to me. It was all Blondie, okay? And Rocky Horror Show and stuff. How dare they call that retro? These kids and their new fanged music.
Laurel, I have a question for you. With the custom instructions, I think you may have covered it, and I may have missed it just a few minutes ago. When you set up that custom instructions, does that remain part of your prompt background to your prompt every time you
Yes.
use it? So
yeah, so this is the only part of your profile that's saved that ChatGPT references all the time.
And so it keeps referencing every time you
which is why you need to turn it off if you're just doing the netball newsletter. Otherwise, it's going to write a newsletter about your IT company or whatever.
Right. Okay.
I would call it, if it helps, prompt 0. Because how ChatGPT works is it will read your custom instructions as prompt 0. Then it reads your first request, your first prompt, when you say new thread. And then as you go down that one thread, like you can't chop and change and cross thread, but as you go down that thread, it keeps refining based on what it's done above. So it won't keep starting anew. It goes 0, 1, 2, 3, and it keeps kind of trying to get to the right answer based on all the ones behind it. So one of the things that I sometimes do is if it goes completely off the rails because I was ambiguous, is I'll delete that prompt and rewrite it.
Right.
Because otherwise it's going to keep getting its
bring the same parameters in.
Yeah, exactly. So it's building each time. Prompt 0, I might say in the custom instructions, my business is a hairdressing salon. I have 5 staff. I want to open up a beauty section in 2024. My goal is to blah, 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 open up booths. I don't know anything about hairdressing salons, but you get the general idea. So I'm giving it all the background. That's the custom instruction. So then I might say, write me a marketing plan. So it uses the custom instruction. And then the second one might be that then I'm going down the prompts and it's going to keep refining that marketing plan because it read the first prompt and the second prompt and the third one within one thread. If I really, really go off the rails, I just start a new thread and redo the whole thing. Also with custom instructions, you can always edit them, but they only work from your next new prompt onwards. So the old prompts use the old instructions. So the stuff you've got saved, just be aware of that.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions about custom instructions? Can I ask people to maybe give me some ideas about how this is working, how things were working for you, or what you wrote, and any questions you have about it?
I currently sit on boards as a non-executive director. So, but it's in a very separate areas. So one is a not-for-profit social justice community organisation, Anglicare in Western Australia. Another is in water infrastructure, and another is in superannuation. And I've just written that I'm a non-executive director on boards dealing with those 3 things. Is that too condensed, or do you have to pull that out because they're so disparate and different? Governance is an area that I go back down and go, I have expertise in governance. So, you can be a little bit more, I suppose, directive there.
Okay, Janine, if you could hold that question and bring it back to me when we get to custom GPTs. And I have an issue at the moment because custom GPTs were only released, I think at Christmas time, so a few weeks ago. And they've not been in play for a long time, and there's the stuff that's out there at the moment is not brilliant. But just quickly, just so you know, it is possible for you to build out 3 custom GPTs. They're like ChatGPT with their own little layer on top. And I would have 3. I'd have one for your nonprofit executive, and I'd have another one for, I'd have one for each of those 3 different areas, because that way they all have their own base or system prompts, their own custom instructions. It's like running 3 ChatGPTs within one account. Does that make sense? What I have seen people do is open up lots of free accounts and then have the different custom instructions, for their main job, for their side hustle, for something else. But that's annoying because you have to log in and out or use different browsers or something like that. So at the moment, I would just hang on till we get to custom GPTs, because I think you'll see a lot in there that's going to solve the fact that we are complex human beings and cannot be summarized in a few words, which was Angelique's question. How many words should I have? The more you have, the clearer the answers are. So the more ChatGPT knows about you, the more ChatGPT can tailor its answer to you. And I'll be showing you examples of that as we go through. Does anybody else have any other feedback on custom instructions?
Yes, I have one. Hey, Lauren and Tim. Nice meeting you. My name is Fernando. I have a quick one here. I'll share with you. Tell me what you think, please. As output, I wrote this. Give me an overview response to my searchings and give me bullet points options for a deeper understanding of the same topic, on the same topic. And then I have also added the way I would like to communicate as well. I prefer my communication to be concise, assertive, with a persuasive and warm touch.
Okay. I just need to check with you. You want every single answer to every single prompt to be bullet points?
Well, just for the searchings, if I ask something specifically, for example, how can I write this in a better way? Then I adjust them to show me a better way, not with the bullet points. But if I'm doing a search such as how can I make this? Or I'd like to understand more about this topic. So if it's more like an open thing like this, I would like to have bullet points.
I think you'd have to disambiguate that custom instruction, which means you'd have to make it less ambiguous. So you would need to write about a paragraph on when to use which output format. It'll be easier for you just to do that in the prompt. And in fact, the structured prompt we're going to go into next is about putting in output format. So I understand that temptation, but I think if you find that, like, for instance, you've asked for concise, so you'll only ever get a sentence or 2, and you may not want concise all the time. I've asked for deeper, but I've said, if I want you to summarize it, I'll tell you I want you to summarize it. So it can write an essay, and I might say, I'll just summarize it in 3 sentences for me. And so I can switch it backwards and forwards between those. There's no right or wrong with custom instructions. And if you absolutely know you always want dot points in this situation, or you always want concise, then put it in. Otherwise, we keep it for each prompt. So I'll just move on now and create a prompt and show you how I structure a basic prompt, and then you can have an idea about how this might work. So, excuse me, when I go to ChatGPT 3.5, that's the free version, and I have some suggestions here, obviously not going to help me. This is really showing you that it's ChatGPT sort of, the free version is aimed at students, families, and maybe a little bit of coding stuff. So I'm going to message ChatGPT, and there's a kind of a temptation for people just to write what they want. Please write me a HR strategy for my business. Now, if I do that and I don't have custom instructions, it gives me the most generic answer that it can. It will say a HR strategy has, and then it lists a few points. And then at the end, it will say to me, because I've got custom instruction. Actually, let's try it without that on. So I go in here, custom instructions, turn that off and save it. And now it knows nothing about me. As far as it's concerned, I'm a new user. This is a new day. It knows nothing. So I'm going to click send a message. And it tells me this is kind of what a HR analysis or, sorry, HR strategy looks like in general. There's nothing here about courses or training, my training programs or my location, anything like that at all. It doesn't have any background. I forgot that it really likes to talk. It's not asking me any questions. It didn't ask me, what's your business? How many staff do you already have? What's your budget for HR? It didn't ask me anything. It just went, this is a really generic HR strategy for you. So I'm going to go in here into custom instructions, turn it back on again. And then I'm going to I'm asking it exactly the same question with custom instructions turned on. So prompt 0 is everything about my business, training and courses and podcasts and all that kind of stuff. I'm in Australia, yada, yada, yada. So first of all, it calls me by my name. And then it says a HR strategy for Laurel's AI Metaverse Consulting. Offer virtual training sessions, promote diversity. So it's applying what it gave me in the other prompt, but directly to my industry, to my sector, and other information about me. What's interesting is it didn't ask me any questions, so I'll create another one. And I like this prompt. This is how I tend to start when I'm being lazy and I don't want to sit down and structure my questions. Please write me a HR strategy. Actually, what I usually say is, I need to write a HR strategy for my business. Oopsie. Can you help me? What do you need to know? So instead of rushing directly in, I wanted to ask me, can you answer these questions for me? What are your main goals and objectives? Can you provide insights into your existing workforce? How do you plan to expand your future direction of the company? What kind of culture do you have? What's your budget and resources? And what are your challenges? Once I had this information, we can dive deeper into creating a tailored HR strategy. So simply by changing the first prompt into what do you want to know? How would you like to, how can you help me do this? Instead of rushing straight into write me a HR strategy, it's like, how do we work on this together? It's much more collaborative. It's a chat bot, if that makes sense. So how I structure my prompts is like this. I'm going to write it on this screen. I don't actually send this to ChatGPT, but my thread equals context plus query, then style and output. So context is any additional information I want to give on top of my custom instructions. So the context might be, it's a statement, it's not a question. I plan in 2024 to take on 3 additional training facilitators. I don't care what it is, whatever your context is. Why do you need a HR plan? So I'm giving it the context. I plan to do this. I plan to take on more staff, 3 more staff, 5 more locations, whatever it is. And I'm using HR. I don't know anything about HR. In fact, that's one of the reasons I like ChatGPT as my mentor, because it mentors me through the process of coming up with a HR strategy, because your girl has no experience in that. And then the query itself. So context, I'm planning on taking on 3 more staff, or I need to develop my business in XYZ way. Can you help? Query is, can you help me write a HR strategy in the style of a HR manager, but use non-industry specific terms? I don't want it to use acronyms for head counts and things like that, because I don't know those acronyms. So I need it to write in a fairly simple style. And then the output could be a table. Please give me the key points in bullet points. Please give me the key points in a table. Please write 3 paragraphs. Please write 1 paragraph. So I'm telling it how I want the output to be. If you're not creative at all, I put together a list of outputs. And on page 7 of your notes, you'll notice things like, instead of saying something like, please tell me the effects of sugar on the human being, I would say investigate, which is a style, research of sugar in a table and write it in a formal voice. Or I need 20 ideas for a Christmas party. Please give me a table with options, write in a professional tone. So style in this case is, how do you want it to be written? And if you say, I want it written like the HR manager, write it like the marketing manager, write it in a zesty, lively, engaging style for social media usage to get more engagement. Tell it the style that you want the output in. And then the output itself is, I need it in a paragraph, I need it in a table, I need it in something else. So I'll copy this and put it into chat. And that'll give you the structure that ChatGPT is interested in. And I just want to be clear, it prioritizes the first part of the prompt and the last part of the prompt. Because obviously you're going to write more than, what have I written? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Because you need to give it the context, then you need to ask the query in detail, then you need to put the style in of what you want to have said, and then the output. Put the most important part either first in your prompt or last, because the studies have shown that that's how ChatGPT works. Why don't you go ahead with custom instructions turned on and ask ChatGPT to write something for you, give it a bit of a background, the context, then ask the question, and then ask it to write it in the style of, and choose something fun. Ask it to write a Facebook post on the benefits of exercise, and then ask it to output it in the style of Jane Austen or Shakespeare, or ask it to in the format of a limerick or something like that. Go ahead and do that and let me know if it changes the way you're interacting with ChatGPT. And I remind you that you have me here to ask questions. So if there's anything you don't understand, if I've mentioned any acronyms, because sometimes I just do, I try to explain them, but sometimes explaining them once is not enough. I understand that. Please ask me questions. You can do it in chat. Now, Tony, why do you love it? You look very happy in the chat.
I'm doing some work at a conference next week where we're using the disc styles, and so I just asked it to write a a tweet using the different disc styles, and you have to guess which the disc style was that had drafted the tweet.
Oh, fabulous. Yeah,
and
so you
then
got dominance and
Yeah. And then I
Yeah.
got them to draft a conversation about the 4 different people booking their travel to the conference using the different disc styles.
Can you just explain to the room about the disc styles? Because I know that, you know, one is controlling and one is dominance, but
Yeah.
I just so people get a better idea about the role play aspect of ChatGPT, because I think ChatGPT is fabulous at role play.
So there's 4 different disc styles. So there's dominant, which is very task focused, very outspoken, very directive. The C style, which is task, but tend to be more in the detail. The I's are sort of more friendly, outgoing, and the S styles are steady as we go.
Is it a little bit like Myers-Briggs?
Kind of similar. It's just kind of a start point to how people
Self-knowledge part. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And so I'm emceeing for a large organization, and I just kind of wanted to put a bit of humor in it. And when I read this back, it's so cleverly done that I really don't need to think too hard about it. But so the first one was they're tweeting about going to the conference. And then the second one I asked them to do is talk me through their travel arrangements about going to the conference and how they're going about organizing their travel. And it's come up with all these hashtags. It's really funny because I said, you know, that I'm love 80s music, and it's all this other, you know, so it's come up really cleverly. It's
Good.
really clever. Yeah. It's really cut down a lot of work for me. So thank you, Laurel. It's like a game changer just from what I was thinking about. So it's very handy. Thank you.
And thank you for that feedback. And I'm not kidding about a poor workman blames her tools, because I do want to point something out to you. You're a subject matter expert, and ChatGPT will work brilliantly with you if you're a subject matter expert.
Yeah.
You can pull it up when you know it's wrong. You are very confident in moving between different styles. You know the output that you want to get to, so you can. It's like guiding an intern through something you know really well.
Yeah, I mean, I can zhuzh it up. Like, it just is a good start for me, because I want to sort of just show them, part of them is that, okay, so pick the style. So I can put that up on a PowerPoint and everyone can pick the style.
Yeah.
You know, it just cuts down on a lot of work for me.
I've been doing a lot of work with TAFE, TAFE in WA and Queensland and New South Wales, around building our interactive, using ChatGPT to build our interactive like self-testing, because ChatGPT as a tutor, as a mentor, is fabulous. Like, I want you to role play this now, make me guess which disc you are, and then give me feedback and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
And
I don't know what's going in my hair.
And the other thing too, one of the challenges is that they're worried about having people on their laptops. And I was wondering when we were doing the settings before about if we could make it even fun when you go into those customs instructions, once they know their style, and set the custom instructions that, you know, I'm analytical and I like my responses to be short and sharp and all that sorts of things. So it's something that we can do with them. So yeah, that's been really interactive for me. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now, there was an AI many years ago that I wrote about called Crystal Knows. I'm not sure that it's still around, but you could add it into your inbox and it would read your interactions with clients, and then it would tell you, using these different, I can't remember if it was DISC or another one, but using, I think you could choose, it would tell you how to talk to that client. Like, they're warm and friendly and they like to have discussions about your kids and their kids or whatever, or no, they're what we call the engineering psychographic, just give them dot points and tell them exactly what you want and don't worry about small talk. So it was able to read and understand the interactions and then profile that person, and then give you some, and actually start to write your responses for you. And so we're starting to see that come back in again as AI is being built into email programs, for instance.
So is that Crystal Knows as it sounds? Crystal with a C?
Yes, I'm not 100% sure it's still around.
Yeah,
I think
I'll
they may
find
have changed.
I've got something that I can find out that stuff online.
But don't forget, it's being built into Outlook. So Microsoft Copilot's coming into Outlook. So there's quite a lot of behavioral AI based. For those of you that missed the beginning, I talked about behavioral AI being predictions, making sure it understands the human, like this person likes to learn this way, this person likes to learn that way, this person likes to be managed this way, this one doesn't. You know, like John likes to be given a kick up the bum and made to be competitive. And hey, John, your colleagues are doing 10% more sales than you know. And John goes, yeah, I burst into tears. Like, that's not going to motivate me to do anything anytime soon. So finding individual ways for ChatGPT to mentor and tutor people through their job, through their business, through their studies, through life, is going to be based a lot on profiling, which is why I think this DISC discussion is very, very interesting, because that is built into ChatGPT. In fact, I've asked ChatGPT a few times about behavioral AI, and it's been very insightful on how it works and how other behavioral AIs work.
So, Laurel, when you said behavioral AI, you said that's coming out. What's it coming out in? Where would we?
It's in everything. It underpins
already?
Everything. In fact, it's the main driver for shopping AIs. Typically, Laurel buys these products, but she has to see them 3 to 5 times before she buys them. So let's show it to her 6 times. Or blah blah buys it first time or not at all. And they're very, I don't know, chocolate at the supermarket counters. Go to the other counter, the one without the chocolate. There's a whole lot of AI that goes into supermarkets. I mean, if you think about it, Woolworths and Coles are the biggest users of AI in Australia by far. So let me come back to the prompting part, but I do want you to keep in mind that behavioral stuff, for those of you that want to extend into writing styles that I think Fernando mentioned, that convert. So how can I write this in a way for this audience that will convert for them? How do I make sure that it's persuasive? And, you know, AI is very manipulative. So we can definitely write our outputs in a way that has an element of changing behaviors. Is there anybody else that wrote something that was context, query, style, and output? Did you see anything? Did it make any difference to how you write your prompts, I guess? Okay, no questions. That's all good. All right, so the next kind of output, output, I guess. We need to use a structured prompt to get a step-by-step explanation. So one of the challenges with ChatGPT is sometimes it gives us an answer and then we can't seem to get out of it why it chose the answer. So let me show you how this works. I need to understand. Let me choose one actually that I already have written up because it's a little bit more involved. Oops. If I write in calculate 8 divided by 2 bracket 2 plus 2 bracket equals question mark. I don't know why they did this, but at schools, they changed BODMAS and PEDMAS. If you don't know what that is, excellent. You've gone through life oblivious to something that's super annoying. It effectively is in mathematical equations where you start. So with BODMAS, you start with brackets. And the problem is there's 2 answers, because depending which one you use here, whether you're going to start with the brackets or not, it will depend on what the answer is. So when I ask it to calculate this, on Facebook, by the way, everybody has has arguments because it depends when you went to school, whether you were taught PEDMAS or BODMAS. So it's given me the answer of 16. It's given me a single answer. Okay, be clear. It's given a single answer. It did not give me two options. If I do this again, I can say explain step by step, and whether you use, oh no, actually I'll just say explain step by step, and then I'll do and PEDMAS or BODMAS. And now it's saying it's going to use BODMAS. And it used BODMAS the first time as well, so it's 16. Sometimes, and I've just remembered this, I asked for longer answers, deeper answers, remember? So it's actually explained to me step by step, because I don't like having to remember all the time, explain step by step. Fernando, if you put in your custom instructions for concise answers, and then you need a longer answer, you need to add in, please explain step by step. This structured prompt is called chain of thoughts. I have a prompt, I have an output, but explain to me how you get there. It's particularly, you don't use this all the time, but you will particularly use it if you are a subject matter expert and you become confused by ChatGPT's answer. ChatGPT could just be plain wrong. Absolutely, this is not the correct answer. So I will always go back and go, okay, explain to me step by step why blah, blah, blah equals blah, blah, blah. And then we'll go, actually, no, that's not right. The second one is we avoid something called the black box. So I'm trying to limit the technical terms in this course, but black box you're going to hear all the time. Black box is where AI did something, came up with something, and nobody can explain how or why it did that. It's always a bit freaky when that happens. Like, uh-oh. But it happens. So by asking it to explain step by step, called chain of thoughts, it will force it into answering in depth. Perhaps the simplest example I can give you is another math one, and you might remember this, is that at school, you were given 1 point for the correct answer, and the other 9 points out of 10 came from showing your workings. So if I say to ChatGPT, oh, I need to do some social media around my new podcast, what platform should I use? And it might go number 1, LinkedIn, number 2, Twitter, number 3, something else. I want to know why. Why did you choose those, and why did you prioritize them that way? So I would say, explain to me step by step your reasoning. So for those of you that are playing along at home or the office, please put in a prompt and then ask, particularly if you've got the concise option in your custom instructions, ask for it to explain to you step by step its reasoning. If you are not sure, then I have a prompt for you that you might like, and I'll type it in. You can copy and paste it in. There is one duck in front of a duck. I'm choosing this one because there's multiple answers. There's one duck in front of a duck. No, there are 2 ducks in front of a duck. Two ducks behind a duck, and 1 duck in the middle. How many ducks? Please explain step by step your answer. So that is now in chat. If you want to, oh, you might want to fix my spelling errors, but I'll put it up on the screen so you can see. By the way, ChatGPT does judge you for bad spelling, but it doesn't care. Usually it doesn't, unless it's ambiguous. Fixed answer. So it knows it's a riddle. And because it's explaining step by step, it's going to give me all the patterns. So it says there's 5 ducks. Let me know if you get a different number. There's usually someone in the group gets a different number. And every so often, ChatGPT loses the plot and says 77 or something silly as well.
I got 4 ducks, but I probably didn't ask exactly the same question.
Oh, okay. That's weird. Oh, you didn't copy and
Mine-
paste it in? Okay.
No, mine reads there are 2 ducks in front of a duck. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I
Yeah,
see what I
okay.
asked.
You
Yeah.
can see what ChatGPT's
Yeah,
done there.
yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Did anybody get something other than 5? You have a different explanation. Yeah, okay. Well, ChatGPT is being creative. Aha, Michelle got 3, which is also a correct answer because you have 2 ducks in front of a duck. There's the middle one. And then you have 2 ducks behind the duck. 2 there, 2 there. And then 1 duck in the middle. I have to be careful which fingers I use. So yeah, 3 ducks. So when we have this, where we know there are multiple answers, I call this chain of thoughts or step by step. It's a very targeted. I'm here, I need to get to here, and there's only one way for me to get there. It's very divine masculine. It's very goal oriented. I'm going to decide I'm going on this path. I'm just going on that path. What if we were to give ChatGPT options? So how we do options is something called tree of thoughts or role play different people, not one person. That's a simple role play. If we role play different people, we can get different answers. So what I'm going to do here, I'll go. I'm going to be, 5 ducks. What about 3 ducks? Please role play 3 different logic puzzle, because that's what it is, a logic puzzle, experts, and debate 3 or 5 ducks. And because it can argue with itself for decades, I'm going to say, please come to a consensus. And I'll give you the practical use for this in business in a moment, but let's just get ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not very good at math or logic puzzles, which is why I choose logic puzzles for this. Now, often with my experts, it gives them names, and usually there's an Alice in there. So I don't know where Alice has gone. I'm a bit concerned. Come back, Alice. It didn't give them names. In conclusion, it appears there isn't a clear consensus among our experts. There may be 3 or there may be 5. Ultimately, it's a matter of perspective and how one chooses to approach the puzzle, which is the correct answer. So tree of thoughts is, can you give me other perspectives, other ideas? Obviously I haven't turned off I have philosophy as one of my interests in custom instruction. So it's gone all philosophical, but even so, this is correct. There could be 3 or there could be 5. Now it says I have 5 ducks. So yeah, getting experts to role play should at least open up. It's that black box again, except instead of saying step by step, let's take a more combative view. This is called adversarial networks. So for me, I want the adversarial, the competitive, the combative approach so that I can see the argument. It's a little bit like me doing a list of reasons why I should and reasons why I shouldn't, and then trying to fill in the columns with everything I can think of. But I need to have an outside approach because we are forever, like Plato's allegory of the cave, we're forever trapped in our own shadow where we're seeing the shadow on the wall. So we get into the same loops. And the most aha moments that we have is when an outside entity steps in and says, yeah, but what about XYZ? And you go, oh, I didn't even think of that. So the reason I like tree of thoughts, which is asking ChatGPT to please role play 3 experts, is it means if you're going in to pitch to a client next week, so let's say on Thursday, you're going in and you need to develop some PowerPoint slides and you need to think about what the key pain points are and the key aspirations for that client, and then whether your company can solve those issues and all that kind of thing. You may not know their industry as well as you would like, or you may not know that department. You may not know to a nuanced degree what the issues are. So by asking ChatGPT to role play the 3 people in the room, I want you to role play the chief financial officer, because that's the person who's going to spend the money. I want you to role play the chief marketing officer, because they're the ones who decide on the positioning of their company and whether your company can help them with their positioning. And the procurement, I guess it's the CFO as well, but someone else, the CEO or somebody else in the room, and ask it to look at your key points, look at your slides, look at something, and then role play a discussion about how they would see things. I'll do one more. Janine, tell ChatGPT to go home and sober up 6 ducks. Unless you didn't prompt it in a way. Okay, you told it to go home and get sober up. Kudo. So when you're asking for it to role play, think of a scenario that you're walking into. So the first one is you've got to pitch something on Thursday to a company. You know who's going to be in the room. You know the company, so you can give it some context, give it the query, and then ask it to, in the output, to do a debate amongst the people in the room with you. Another one is if you're applying for a job, is to copy and paste in the job description that you found on Seek or Indeed or something like that, and then ask it to summarize that job. And it will have picked up on all the nuances which we don't always pick up on within the job description. What's the highest priority? What's the lowest priority? It's also seeing 10,000 jobs that are similar, so it knows how to weight things. Ask it to summarize it. Then copy and paste in your CV, your 2-page CV or whatever it is, and ask for your strengths and your weaknesses. And then the third one, also all in the same thread, don't shift threads because it's fine tuning on each query and output. Ask it to role play the line manager, the HR manager, and somebody else that you know will be in the room. Like if you're in technical, then it's going to be a technical person. And ask ChatGPT to role play those people and ask you questions. Don't ask it to give you the answers. You give the answers and then ask it to critique those answers. That way you learn. It's mentoring you through an interview process, much better than just giving you answers that you have to memorize. But that idea that you give it the context of the job, the context of your CV, and then you enter into a role play means that it broadens out possibilities. We're about to go to a break, so I'm going to actually give you an opportunity to practice the role play beyond just ducks, because ducks isn't helping anyone. I want you to find a scenario at work and then role play that scenario, negotiations, whatever it is. Here's a tip. It's in your booklets. I can't remember what page it's on, but it's in the book. Ask it for more unique questions and more unique answers. And the reason why we do this is that ChatGPT goes for middle. So it says every marketing plan has these, every HR policy has these, every job application has these. So I'm going to give them what is tried and true and trusted. There is an absolute element going forward where we have to be unique human beings. I'm passionate about this. We have to find our uniqueness. We have to be able to express it. So asking it to find the more unique things that are in your flavor, that are in your favor, in your CV, or the more unique things for a marketing plan, is going to help you stand out from competitors that are also using ChatGPT, but are very happy with middle. When people say to me, ChatGPT is boring and it gives the expected answer, I say, go back in and ask it to now give you more unique points. If it's not unique and it's boring, ask it for more unique. This tree of thoughts is like a neural network. It's like branches where you can travel along the different pathways. So instead of doing that, I'm here and I need to get here and I'm going to push through to there, explain to me step by step how to get there. By doing the branches, you can say, I have options. Then you choose one of the branches. So you structure the prompt to say, role play all the different answers. Okay, I choose this one. Now tell me step by step how to get there. So you've structured the prompt to give you many options and then to give you a direct path in order to achieve that goal. So let me put that in the thingy. Chain of thoughts is, and in your workbooks, there's a link to the ArcFix AI research papers. I think they're from University of Pennsylvania on prompting with chain of thoughts, which is step by step to a single goal. And then tree of thoughts is many options role played. Just to be clear, this isn't asking ChatGPT, please role play a marketing manager and write my marketing plan for me. This is please role play many people and have a debate. I saw a guy we're just about to go to the break. Our breaks today are, let me just check, 10:30. I'm shocking. I have to put it in my alarms. Otherwise, I talk all the way through the breaks. So 10:30 till 10:45. Lunch is 12:30 till 1:15. And then afternoon break is 2:30 to 2:45. And we usually finish around 4:10, depending on the questions at the end of the day. During the break, go through, do the role play, see how it role plays for you. Always consider two types of role plays. One is 3 identical people with equivalent skills debating an answer. So I know a guy that put up a photo of a problem with the refrigerator and it described the noise and then showed a photo of what the back looked like and asked it to role play 3 refrigerator technicians, so equivalent. And they came back and they all agreed it was a particular part and how to order the part and how much it should cost. And they were right. ChatGPT's electricians were right. The other one is to get divergent views, diversive views. So role play 3 people who have competing interests or competing. So I want a finance person, I want a salesperson, I want customer service in the room, or I want to run an event, I want an event manager, I want the marketing manager, I want a sponsor, I want a potential attendee, industry member, something like that. Put them in a room and discuss the event so that you can see, or the attendee doesn't want that, but the sponsor wants that because the sponsor sells that product. So you can start to see the discussions that you can have with your invisible friends within ChatGPT. As we go to the break, can I just ask you, are you learning something this morning?
Yes.
Is it useful and can you see how to use it in your business?
I think the longer I use it, the more I'll work out how I can make myself redundant.
Okay. Good, thank you. Because there's no point having heaps of fun. That's good. There's no point me telling you stories if you can't apply it to your specific industry and then the job within your industry. So what I'd like you to do during the break is you can either do it or think about doing it, 15 minutes role play. Role play 3, you're walking into a meeting on Monday morning, you're applying for a job, you're going to the school to talk to the teachers and the head, the principal, something. Doesn't matter what it is, and get ChatGPT to role play things with you. All right. I'll see you in 15 minutes. I'm off to get a cup of tea. All right. Thanks. 15 minutes. I'll put that in there. I'll put Sydney time. Some of you are not in Sydney. Just while we wait for the others to come back, if you have any questions, you can let me know now. Tea.
Hi,
Anybody?
Laurel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I was wondering, how long does the information stay on ChatGPT? Do I need to copy that into a Word document to refer back to it, or does it hold?
At the moment, the prompts that are saved are meant to only be available for you, but I have noticed that from time to time they wipe them because of a bug or an issue or something else. So I do export. Unfortunately, the export's either in JSON or XML, so you'd have to be a little technical to be able to re-import them or use them. I would suggest that if it is important to you, that you do copy and paste them into a document. There are tools coming out now that use the API. API stands for Application Programming Interface. It just means a handshake. So as an example, I can have ChatGPT using something like Pabbly Connect, which is similar to Zapier. I don't know if you know Zapier, but it's an if this then that program, which says if I do something on ChatGPT, then export it into a document and automatically for me. You have to be a little technical to set that up because you're using a third party to read your the stuff on your profile and have permission to log in as you, and then grab that stuff and put it in a document. I'm just trying to think of something else. With Copilot, of course, you can prompt within, say, for instance, Microsoft Word. So it's say, or every ChatGPT's, the API, the handshake is sitting underneath Microsoft Word, so it's just there, and Excel and things like that. There are other options as well, but at the moment, if it's important to you, then I would dump it out into a document. ChatGPT is basically still in beta. It reminds me of how Gmail sat in beta for 10 years. So I wouldn't rely on it currently to retain everything. And even the fact that it doesn't have a proper search button drives me bonkers. I could do a 10-minute rant on why does the phone app have a search button, but the desktop browser doesn't? You have to do Command F and then hope it's showing on the page, because if it's not on the page, the search won't find it, the find won't find it. That's the best answers I can give you at the moment. Sorry, it's not there yet. As we shift into Teams, as we shift into the enterprise and the corporate and the business versions, then there'll be options to output to other applications, but free GPT, basic GPT, not so good. Oh, that's nice, Sharon. I'll actually show you something I usually show in the afternoon because we're talking about it, but I think you might find it interesting. So if I go into, let me just bring up. So everybody, if you're not back, can you put your hand up? Sorry, I have the worst jokes in the world. Thank you for tuning in. It's not back. I can't see anybody that's not back. Nobody's requesting to come in from the green room, so it's okay. Let me just get to a fresh sheet. You don't want to see all my rubbish. Okay. So this is Google Docs. And Google Docs already has an AI assistant built in. I think it's Bard, which runs on not GPT, but Genesis or something like that. And so you can ask it to take meeting notes or do an email draft. But under the extensions area, I've added extension for Google Chrome called GPT for Sheets and Docs, and it's in your workbook. So I forget the name of the company. It's something like Taliesin, but it's in your workbook. Once I've added the extension to Chrome, I click Launch. And ChatGPT comes up on the right-hand side. I know it doesn't look like ChatGPT. It's ChatGPT in a different dress, a different outfit. But I come here to custom prompt. I can choose one of the others, but I use custom prompt. I say, please write me a HR policy for my training organization. Ask me questions if necessary. I can say insert it wherever I want it in the document. I just want to point out I'm using Microsoft/OpenAI ChatGPT inside Google's documents. Or you could use Microsoft inside Word or something else. I just want to give you options. Put the response where the cursor is or choose a different area. And I also ask for the prompt so I can remember later on what I was asking it so I can improve on it. I can change the model. I use GPT 3.5 because it's free, but if you want to use 4, you can. You just have to put in a secret code, which I have a video on. So it's pretty easy to find and copy and paste it in. Custom instructions. What was it, HR? I would ask it to be a HR consultant, or if I'm in a mood, I'll ask it to write it as a stand-up comedian. So I can choose different role plays. I just want to be careful with this. This is not tree of thoughts where you're asking it to role play, debate, and come to a consensus. This is simply where you're asking for a specific voice to come through. Role play the answer as a stand-up comedian, role play the answer as a HR consultant. As a HR consultant, providing advice and guidance on human resource issues. And because I'm asking for HR policy, that would be the most suitable voice. There's other parameters here, which I'll go through later. You can save your prompts and have your favorite prompts and things like that. Then I hit submit. And then we wait. Because, oh, it's getting quicker. Because this extension within the Chrome browser embedded with the Google Drive document has to run over to ChatGPT, give it the query, get ChatGPT to give an answer, and then come back. Now, I asked for ask me questions if necessary, and it did. It just started with the questions. What's the size of your organization? What's the nature of your training organization? And now we're off and running. So I don't know if these type of tools answer your question. Who was it that asked me? Was it Sharon? About do you have to export it? But this is an option. How many of you have Microsoft 365 in your organization, please? 2? Susanna does? Sharon? Okay. So about the beginning of this week, they launched Copilot for Microsoft 365. So Microsoft 365 is Office Suite, okay, more or less. Outlook and Docs and Excel and all that kind of stuff. But they launched the version that allows organizations with less than 300 seats to have Copilot, which is what I've just shown you here, but built into Microsoft products. So ChatGPT built into Outlook. You know, I just read your email. Would you like me to write a response? Sure, ChatGPT, go for it. That kind of thing. And Excel and documents. The issue we had with the 300-seater, which was, I think, the E3 enterprise plan, and above, was that it was going to cost $9,000 extra a month to have Copilot for a small business. Now that you can be a single solopreneur, single solo owner of a business, you can buy one Microsoft 365 and one Copilot license. You need both. Copilot's an add-on to Microsoft 365. Now you can do what I just did here, but build into Microsoft Word. I don't know. I use Pages. I don't know what. I know Apple's just launching a whole bunch of AI stuff. I'm sure there's a plugin or an add-on for GPT or Bard or something else into Pages. But if you use Pages, I'm not your girl. I'm not 100% sure what you can do. But there's Drive using ChatGPT and there's Microsoft Word using ChatGPT. Maybe that's a better option for you as well. You've been using Copilot, but sparingly. Okay. I'm not covering Copilot in depth today because it literally was launched for smaller businesses on Monday. There's just not enough people with it. And what I've discovered is I'm going in and doing training with large organizations and government departments in-house because they had the $9,000 a month thing, so they could afford some training on it. But as it gets launched and as it gets bedded into small businesses, it will become more and more prevalent.
Excuse me, Laurel, it's Sarah here.
Hi, Sarah.
I work for a government department as well, so I'd be interested to hear some insights at some stage as to how other departments are using it. I work in communications, but we don't use it because of, I guess, the data that we would input. Obviously, we need to be careful about sensitive information.
Yeah,
and also
they don't understand that it's not possible to train a GPT.
Exactly. And also where that data is stored, that's all that governance background that needs to come into it as well. So if you have any insights around that, that'd be really interesting too. Thank you.
Yeah, I work primarily with the ministers and senators, so I'm not 100% sure. Like, I do some work with Department of Health and a couple of other departments, but I'm primarily with the ministers. So I just want to check something. There was a deal done with Microsoft a couple of months ago, and this is from the PM's office. So it might be an idea for you to keep an eye on these kind of things. So Satya Nadella is the Microsoft CEO, and they did a multi-billion-dollar deal, $5 billion investment for hyperscale cloud computing. So the best answer I can give you is the way that government's approaching this is how they always do, which I don't know if you know, but you can't use any services that are offshore. So you can't put Australian critical information into a system in America, for instance. So that's why you find so many cloud-based solutions have an Australian outlet.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so we upload it locally. That means it has to obey by local laws, Australian laws, and the government keeps control over it that way. With the $5 billion investment, it looks to me they're prepping at a federal national level to roll out Copilot across government. And if that's the case, the Copilot will be scaled to whatever is deemed as being an appropriate. Copilot gives organizations control over what you can and can't do, so you don't have raw access to a super AI. It'll be constrained in different ways. So just be aware of that. But early days, not
it is.
And that's my guess. That $5 billion investment in cloud computing was Microsoft's bribe to get Copilot in at national, at federal, state, and local level. I don't have that information, so it's not something I've discussed with any of my contacts because I think it's still being ongoing and being sorted out.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. And just a heads up, they're also doing a training program through TAFE New South Wales. Will it be as good as this one? I don't think so. Let me just pat myself on. No, it's Microsoft. They do training all the time. It's fine. Susanna, I'm not sure what image versus image means, or do you mean image to image?
There is an option saying create AI image. I was wondering what is it and what would be the difference from normal image?
Oh, it creates an image. And the artificial intelligence creates an image. So it creates the person, it creates the background, it creates everything. It doesn't go and find an image and give it to you. It creates an image. You know,
are there any rights or rules? Can we use this picture?
At the moment you can, because plagiarism rules do not cover in the style of.
Right.
But the laws are changing, so you need to stay aware of that. Like create an image in the style of Van Gogh is not trying to con people into thinking it's a genuine Van Gogh. Well, it shouldn't be. Let's create an image, okay? Because I want to move away just for a moment away from GPTs and text, and then I'll talk about some of the paid for versions, and then we'll get back to structured prompting as well. So if I go to, let me bring this up. If I go to bing.com/chat, this is ChatGPT with a different dress on again. So when you ask me anything down here, ask me anything down the bottom, that is ChatGPT. It goes to ChatGPT, asks the question, and then brings you back the response. If you don't have access at any stage to chat.openai.com, as I mentioned at the beginning, you can use Bing Chat, bing.com/chat, and access, I'll put this in here, and access ChatGPT this way. If you get confused, I just want you to think about, you can access your bank on your phone, or you can access the bank on a browser, and you're still accessing the same bank account. You're just coming in through two different doors. So Bing is accessing ChatGPT through the Bing browser or the Bing page, and then chat.openai.com is accessing ChatGPT through the OpenAI page, but it's the same ChatGPT. Mohammed, the extension that you want for Chrome is actually listed in your workbook, and it's from a company with a name something like Taliesin. Have a look in the resources page of the workbook and you'll see it listed there, okay? So another tool that Bing has and for those of you that came in late, I did ask if you had any questions about the role play exercise during the morning break. So if you missed that and you still have a question, please put it in chat and I'll address it. But let me just get everybody else started. With bing.com/create, you have access to an image creator where you write the prompt and say what you want. I want a boardroom with C-suite, diverse, because one gets fed up with seeing middle-aged white males. Sorry, middle-aged white males, not your fault, advertising's fault. I want a boardroom with C-suite, diverse, discussing graphs and stuff. You can prompt better than that, just saying. And then I click create. And now it's going off and it's using DALL-E 3, which is from OpenAI. So it's doing that handshake again with ChatGPT DALI 3, and it's going to come back and create me an image. I didn't give it a style, and I actually should have done. So it's given me this very kind of almost busy clip arty style. Let me click on one. I'm not sure the and stuff helped it very much. Probably not. Why a board member is standing on the table and standing on top of graphs, it looks like Microsoft table actually. We'll never know, but I definitely want to be in that meeting. Discussing graphs. And we'll try a different one. Please make it photorealistic. Okay, so we're going to add something else to it. This is bing.com/create. You can set up different things. You can set up the sizes. So I sometimes I'll ask it for an Instagram image in a vertical format or something like that. That doesn't look very photorealistic to me. Doesn't do well with negatives, so I don't tend to say not a drawing or not. Might say very zen and minimal detail because it's super busy. And you need to keep prompting. I need to give you a word of warning. When you log into bing.com/create, let me just go into this mode, bing.com/create. It'll ask you to join and create, and then you'll have to choose a personal or work account. If you have Copilot or 365, try and log in with that one. With a personal account, you're going to have to use a Hotmail or Gmail or something else. If you use one of these and it says you're not allowed to log in, it's because you're trying to use a work account and work has locked down the access. So then use your personal ID to log in. And Microsoft is a nightmare. They make you, I think I've got 7 or 8 accounts for every different Microsoft thing that they have. So good luck with getting in. But give it a go. Sign in. Let me know. Didn't make it very photorealistic and didn't make it very zen. So I'll show you in a moment what DALI 3 itself will do. And the reason why I pay for ChatGPT Plus to get a better version of DALI 3. We'll do that shortly. If you don't want to sign up, you can just go to Explore Ideas and see what other people have created and then check their prompts to see what they prompted. A family of bears preparing for hibernation in their den. The den is decorated with some paintings, rugs, and plants. So you can go through and explore other people's prompts to see what's going on there. So try and create an image. Think about something you might need for work. This free version of DALI 3, which is on Bing, doesn't do text very well, so it often will misspell things. I'll give you a case in point, this one. So this is DALI 3. It misspelled ChatGPT, conversational. I've got everything else right, but I was trying to explain the difference between GPT, ChatGPT, and the custom wrapper, and this is what it came up with. DALI 3 is a year and a half old. DALI 3 is like 6 months old, and so just think of it as the younger brother or sister that got hold of the crayons but doesn't know what it's drawing at all. It'll get better. Definitely will get better. Who here has used image creation tools? And which ones have you used? Oh, Canvas AI, which is ChatGPT and DALI 3. It's using that handshake, that API. Zephyr's not yet. Okay. While you're looking at the images and creating the images, I'll just show you a couple of options. So when I'm on the paid for version of ChatGPT, I've got ChatGPT 4. I also have DALL-E 3 browsing and analysis, so I can use DALL-E. And what I say here is, what did I say in the other one? I think it was something like photorealistic and da, 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 da. Let me go into my creations. And I'll give it the same prompt because I want you to see how different it is. I do have to say, please create me an image. Like with Bing Create, it already knows you want an image, but with ChatGPT, I need to be clear. I want a boardroom with C-suite diverse, discussing graphs. Please make it photorealistic, like a photo, very center, minimal detail. Now, what happens here is ChatGPT will rewrite my prompt to DALL-E, DALL-E being the image generator. You always see the activity if you're using one of these tools, like an image creation tool or code creation tool. It will tell you what it's doing so that you know how long to wait. Midjourney. Colin, do you have a paid for Midjourney account, and is it worth it to you? Because people do ask that a lot.
No, I don't have the paid version. I just use it. I've used several different emails for it.
Okay. Okay. So to my mind, this is a better image. It's still not photorealistic enough, so I'd need to go in and clarify the prompts. But when I click I get a much more detailed prompt than the one I wrote. A photorealistic image of a diverse group of C-suite executives in a minimalist Zen-style boardroom. The room is spacious and sparsely decorated, exuding a sense of calm and focus. The executives, what was it? Representing a variety of ethnicities and genders are gathered around a sleek modern table. They are engaged in a serious discussion with their attention focused on several graphs. Blah, 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 blah. The lighting is soft and natural, enhancing the serene atmosphere of the room. So ChatGPT rewrote my basic prompt to get a better output from ChatGPT. So I could take this now, copy it, and try it in Bing Create. It's going to be a much longer prompt. Actually, I don't think it allowed me to do much more, but I'll try what we do have. We won't get exactly the same image, but hopefully we'll get something closer to what we had in DALL-E 3. Colin, are you a creative designer, photographer, visual artist of some kind?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
own a marketing agency.
And are you visual?
Yes.
So when you ask for something in the style of, you can prompt it for, use this camera, use this lens, use this lighting, I want this look, this style, and you're very familiar with, for instance, logo designers or something like that. I want a logo in the style of blah blah logo designer.
Yeah, I just explain everything super in depth, and it takes me a few times to like go back and forth. But we were using Midjourney at the start, but now we use DALL-E.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why was that? Why did you switch?
I think earlier on Midjourney was actually really bad, and we were also already using ChatGPT 4, obviously, plus for everything in regards to work. So we just decided that DALL-E's great if you're just prompting it a lot. You know, I find it to be quite good, but you just need to be
iteratively developing what you want. It's like having an agency with you can have 100,000 rewrites or 100,000, you know, like most agencies will say to you, we will work on it 5 times or a limited number of changes or something like that. But yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it takes a while to get it exactly what you want, but it's just about, yeah, really dialing in and telling it exactly what's needed.
All right. So what I'd like you to do, thank you for that, by the way, Corinne. It is Corinne, yes?
Corinne, yeah.
Corinne, sorry. What I'd like everybody to do now is to create an image. If you have ChatGPT Plus, you can use DALL-E through ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will help you write the prompts. If you don't have the paid for version of ChatGPT, then go to bing.com/create, attempt to sign up. 90% of you will be successful, 10% won't. You'll have to log in and verify emails and all kinds of things. And try and create an image, because I want to explain to you how GAN AI works, generative adversarial networks, which is what's used to create images from text. And then we'll also look at image to image so that you can put up an image. Here's a photo of Laurel Papworth, make her into Queen Victoria, something like that. So I'm not actually going to do it. I'm just going to go through what the steps are. So give the image prompt a try. If you're a bit stuck for ideas, I like penguins, I like owls. So ask it for a steampunk owl sailing a sailing ship, something like that, and see what it creates for you. You can add in a style of Monet, in a style of post-impressionist, blah, 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 whatever your thing is. Mine's steampunk. I'm going to try it, actually.
Laurel, sorry, when I tried to use ChatGPT to create an image, it says that I am unable to create or manipulate images directly.
Can I just confirm that you have the paid for ChatGPT Plus, which is the one that I said has DALL-E 3 with it?
Yep, I have a paid ChatGPT.
Okay. And you're logged into the paid for version.
That's right, yep.
And did you start the prompt with, I need an image?
I said create an image.
Create an image. Okay. There's one possible thing. I just need to check. Let me just bring it up on the screen and tell me what you have. In your profile at the bottom left, just click on it. I think it's in settings. Can I ask how long ago did you pay for it? Like, was it this morning? Because sometimes it doesn't kick in straight away.
A couple of weeks, actually.
A couple of weeks.
Yep.
Have you ever successfully created an image?
No, I didn't know that we can create an image with ChatGPT. You just told us.
Okay. So when you go to the top here, where it says ChatGPT, you either have 3.5 or 4. Which one are you on?
I can see 4.
So it says GPT-4 with DALL-E. Can you see it on my screen?
Yes, I can see that. Oh, I think...
Make sure that's the one with the tick. Can you see the tick?
Yeah. I think for me plugins were ticked.
I beg your pardon?
For me, the plugins checkbox was ticked. So now,
no, tick this one.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Because the plugins, it's going to try and get to a plugin to develop images. And if you don't have an image plugin, then it will go, I can't do it. But if you choose GPT-4 with DALL-E 3, you'll have better luck. Can you try now?
I'm trying it now.
Good, thank you.
It is creating. Thank you so much, Laurel. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. You guys don't ask me questions. It's a bit silly. Let me have a look. Oh, Janine, I love it. What was your prompt? a steampunk Garesh, I don't know, with a lotus. A steampunk Ganeshi, yeah. Anybody else get something interesting? Anybody else having any problems? Any questions? I don't know if that link will work. Let me see. Ultra might put the kangaroo on the roof. Okay, that's not really realistic, dude. An image of an ultra modern home in Australia outback with cream tones and realistic. Okay. So let me try that one in ChatGPT. And remembering I'm on this one. By the way, that's just changed. It's really annoying. They shouldn't have done that. They should have kept them all together so that you don't have to keep remembering to flick backwards and forwards. Let's see what we get from the same service, but using paid for ChatGPT Plus. Is that more of what you had in mind? And the thing with Bing Create is that it didn't edit the prompt to being more suitable, to create more context. So let me give you the one that I got here. Wow, that's phenomenal. Some of your creativity is pretty phenomenal. In the style of Banksy. A dog driving a tractor. What was your style, Tracy? I will say, I asked it to create something the other day in the style of Monet, and it said, I can't do it in the style of Monet, but I can do it in the Impressionist style, similar to Monet. So it's being very careful at the moment with being too close in style to, I think it's, Monet died in 1926. So we're a couple of years away from 100 years. So I would suggest that maybe there, like I could probably pick somebody from the Middle Ages or to do something in the style of, early cave paintings or something. But yeah, there is going to be an issue if you ask for in the style of a modern artist, like a Banksy style artist, because especially if you try to fake that it's from Banksy. Now notice with ChatGPT, with Bing, sorry, let me go back here. Oh, sorry, not that one. Content credentials generated with AI on this date and time. And this is a requirement of OpenAI and Microsoft that anything you post on social media has the content credentials, whether it's the written blog post or whether it's the image created. It's part of the terms and conditions of using OpenAI that you have the content credentials on there. So if I say social OpenAI, it's called a sharing and publication policy. I'll put it in the links in chat. I'm almost certain it's in your book, but they update things every so often, so I need to make sure. That's from November, a couple of years ago. So for anything that you do with OpenAI or Bing, I suggest that you read through the sharing and publication policy so you understand how the credentials work, how the copyright works. That's one of the questions a lot of organizations have. And I would suggest that this is because OpenAI are trying to stop false news, false photos, all the issues that go with OpenAI creating things that can be confusing to people if it's not declared that it's artificial intelligence and not actually fact.
I have a question while everyone is quiet. For photo creation, I've been playing with the Bing, which is free. Within the free available tools, which one would be the recommended?
For images?
Yes.
Oh, no, you have to try them. So Bing Create is free, and you could see the images were not as good as the same tool, which is DALL-E, which is within ChatGPT. So there are two doors onto the same tool called DALL-E. But that's because with GPT Plus, ChatGPT fixes your prompts to DALL-E. It explains the background, explains the colors, it explains things you may not have included. And I think it's important to understand with GPT, the G part, which stands for generative. The generative is where the intelligence is. So there's something called the inference divide in AI, and it's that ability to guess or to extrapolate out. Human beings do this all the time. Even when we think we're talking facts, we're actually making guesses. You know, what do next quarter's figures look like? Well, I'm going to extrapolate out what I think is going to happen because I know the past 10 quarters. So this inference divide can be really narrow. It can be quite broad. ChatGPT is quite broad. And so if I ask for a steampunk owl on a boat, it will, the Bing Create, the free one, won't fix it at all. It won't say stormy seas. It won't say a sailing boat or a dinghy. It won't say a big owl, a family of owls. It won't define anything. ChatGPT will do its best to polish your prompts. So it works well as an assistant or as a mentor. Midjourney works with extremely sophisticated and technical prompting. So you'll need to learn all the seeds and the different way of, there's actually a workbook you have to read in order to get the most out of Midjourney. But if you are already, for instance, a photographer and you know which camera, which lens, which lighting, you can say, I need a photo of an old couple on a park bench. I want you to use a Fujitsu DSLR with blah, blah lens and diffusion lighting, and it's at suns. I don't know enough about photography, okay?
That's
I turn everything on and it works. Yeah. And so that's why I ask people if they're visual artists, because if I ask them to list 10 logo designers, they go bang, they know them all because they've read all the books and they've got the coffee table books. Or if I say, what's your favorite style? They know all the, there's a Japanese style that does X, Y, Z. And I don't know any of that stuff. I'm not literate in visual design. So if you're a subject matter expert in visual design, learning Midjourney probably will get your creativity and inspiration and uniqueness flowing. If you're me, I just want something to stick up on social media. I'm going to go with probably ChatGPT Plus, because ChatGPT will go, Lo, that's not a very good prompt. You can't say and stuff. Let me rewrite it for you, ChatGPT. So it's worth the $30 a month for that. Otherwise, if it's just, I was going to say something for your website. I don't know, something that's a throwaway, not a stock image, but in the stock image style. The free Bing Create will work. Can I also caveat, it is the 2nd of February 2024. Okay. I don't know where we'll be on the 1st of March or the 1st of April. I've got some ideas. We're going to be much further along. So whatever I say today, don't hold it to me in a month's time. Okay. Don't hold me to it in a month's time.
Fair enough.
Can you upload your image and ask image creator to enhance it? You can. So you have to go into customize, and that takes you into a complete tool. And then you upload the image, and it's called image to image. So you'll say, take this image and expand on it. Take this image and change it to sunset. It's one awesome way of taking horrible tourism photos and making them more desirable by having a clear blue sky and clean white sands and everything else, is by doing an image to image AI and expanding on that. Let me just read your comments. All right, good. In ChatGPT, I'll just explain to you a little bit more about GPT-4. So on the free version of ChatGPT, I get custom instructions and settings. And the custom instructions are what you saw, that's in the free version. But I don't get anything else up here. I only get 3.5, the really old version of ChatGPT. With the paid version of ChatGPT, I get custom instructions, a bunch more stuff under the beta so I can test different things. And then I have DALL-E 3 to create images. So you can't create images in the free version of ChatGPT. You'd have to go to Bing Create. And if you don't mind skipping around between lots of different tools, there's always free versions out there for everything. But then sometimes that gets annoying, and it becomes easier just to pay $30 a month to have everything in a central dashboard. So I can go back to the old version. I can use the new version, DALL-E. Browsing means I can browse the internet, which I can't do with the free version. And I can also do analysis by uploading documents, PDFs, CSVs, a strategy document, different things. Plugins is a different tool. And I'll go through the plugins shortly, but let me show you what browsing looks like. I would say, please go to, just out of habit, I always put in the full link to indicate to ChatGPT to sit up, take notice, this is a web link. Sometimes if I just write in laurelpatworth.com, it's like, is that a website? And it gets a bit confused. The poor love. Please go to laurelpatworth.com and analyze Laurel's voice. Informative versus, I don't know, entertaining. Formal versus informal, etc. And indicate her style, informative versus entertaining, formal versus informal. So if you're a marketing person, you can go to your website, your competitor's website, and have it analyze the marketing voice. I did this with plumbers, and one of the things that we were also looking at was who is the audience that they're speaking to, so they could see, oh, my competitors targeting businesses, so therefore I can go residential, whatever it is. So I'm going to send the message, and I'm going to cross my fingers because this is a little variable. Notice it's using Bing. So Bing and ChatGPT are absolutely in bed cuddling together. Why? Super annoying. Occasionally it does this. I already have one in here. Rather than me going through 50 million prompts, what I do is I use ChatGPT on my phone. Make sure you download the correct version of ChatGPT from OpenAI. I had a student once who had downloaded an app and was paying $30 a month, but it was for the free version of ChatGPT from a third-party partner, a third party. So she wasn't even getting the ChatGPT Plus. Use OpenAI's ChatGPT app. It's free, okay? It has two things. Focus Oh, no, it doesn't want to focus. It has two things that the website doesn't have. The first one is that there's a little speech button, so I can actually ask ChatGPT my question without having to type it in. So you're watching a movie and you're having an argument with the person on the sofa about what movies Daniel Craig has been in. You pause the movie and then you say, what movies has Daniel Craig been in? ChatGPT will answer it for you. And the other one is that it has a search button, which is at the top. There. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I don't want to, it's always a debate whether it's going to be faster to do another prompt and keep doing the prompt and try and get it to do web browsing or not. So it worked last week. There we go. Okay, back to here. Just go to here. And then do a refresh, and my one should be at the top. You'll get used to this. If something doesn't work, you just go in here, you just delete it, and then do it again, and it usually will work. But I just don't want to spend 10 minutes doing that. Please go to laurelpapworth.com and summarize the voice of the website, formal or not. And it went and read the website, gave a summary of what the website's about, and talked about experience and passion, blah, blah, blah. The site's well organized and makes it easy for visitors to find, including the podcast episodes. Awesome. If you want to have a fight with ChatGPT, now ask it to give you 7 things that you could improve on with your website, or ask it to give you 5 SEO things that you could do. And then if you really, really want to have an argument with it, ask it for 20. And then that gives you a list of things to do for the next few months. And it's so annoying. But that idea that it can go in and understand your website and then give you some ideas on it to help you with your marketing. You can ask it what products and services are missing from your website. It's read all of them. So it knows, well, no, you haven't really got a course on XYZ happening, or given the area that you're in and your clients, they might like this. So it can be like a business partner walking you through other options. SEO is search engine optimization. It's an artificial intelligence that Google uses for Google search. And so there's a whole industry of people who promise to SEO your website to make sure that when people search for, I don't know, artificial intelligence course, that your website comes top as opposed to somebody else. Because of the data sets and the algorithms that are within SEO or search engine optimization, people say they're hidden. They're actually not. They're in Google's research papers, which I read. So if you're talking to an SEO person, they say, oh, Google hides their algorithms. No, they don't. They publish them. And as an example, one of the things is Knowledge Vault, and within Knowledge Vault is something called author ranking, not authority, but author ranking. And so knowing who the author is, the voice of the author, and different things like that means whether your website comes top of search or on page 120,000 of search. So it's a big industry to make sure that websites are optimized for search engine optimization. Did that answer your question, Janine? It is a part of AI. Oh, it's the most interesting part of AI for me. All right. And author ranking, not authority. Authority is not in KB. Okay. if you want to do this, you have the free version of ChatGPT, your alternative is to use Bing Chat. And so I'm going to go to Bing Chat. I'd like to show you something and then explain how it works in ChatGPT as well. So I can give it the same prompt. What's my prompt? Something like go to that one. Interesting, they're rebranding bing.com/chat as Copilot now. Everything's being rebranded. Let me be clear about something. Copilot means developer. So you have a Facebook developer, you have a website developer, you have an Apple or Android app developer. And that was for Web 2. So developer was the title of the person that worked with Web 2 technologies like phone apps, website, Facebook apps, whatever. Copilot has always been the term for a developer within AI, but you're not really developing AI. AI is developing itself. So we talk about a Copilot, GitHub has Copilot, Adobe has Copilot, Google has Copilot, Microsoft has Copilot. What Microsoft is doing, even though they can't trademark Copilot, they just can't. It's like trying to trademark developer. You just can't do it. They're doubling down hard on the term Copilot. So this course was created, AI is my Copilot, because that was the term we always use for the person who drives the AI, like the developer. And now, of course, everybody's asking me about Microsoft Copilot, which is fine. We can talk about that. But I want you just to understand that Copilot means you're the pilot, ChatGPT or whatever is the Copilot. Don't make the Copilot the pilot while you go out for a boozy lunch. You are in charge. You are the master of your destiny. You are sailing this ship. And if you leave everything to ChatGPT, we're all going to end up in trouble, or any AI. We are in the driver's seat. We are working with a Copilot for efficiencies. Rant over. Please go to laurelpatworth.com and summarize the voice of the website, formal or not. This is the free version. It's going to use Bing. It's actually giving me more of a bio than the actual voice, which is not that surprising. Oh, the tone of the website. So if you're interested, go to bing.com/chat, put in your website, put in a competitor's website, put in your industry organization's website, put in your school, your university's website, put in whatever it is that is of interest to you and ask it for a list of products, ask it for a voice, ask it for anything that you're interested in. I don't know what vertical, what industry you're in or what your role is in that industry. Give it a go. I'm not sure why it gave me a gold star, but I'll take it. I think I get 30 credits a day with the free version. I just need to make sure I'm not logged in as Copilot because that would change the number. Susanna asked, what is 1 of 30?
It seems like every single time I type a new question, the numbers go down. So that means I can use only 30 questions a day or a month?
No, you actually earn points by doing various things. So let me just click on the little hammer thing. So I've got 35 here. And they've gamified all kinds of things that you can do with Bing or all kinds of Microsoft things, and you earn points by doing different things. So you can do a poll, for instance, and get an extra 10 points. So it says I've earned 15 points today. Yeah. I haven't looked in a huge amount. And one of the reasons for that is with gamification of I do a lot of work in gamification. You change the rules all the time to change the behaviors. So if you're not changing if you need to change behavior, you just give more points for something. So there's no point me memorizing them all. I just go in and go, okay, I need some more points. What do I need to do? View a video. Okay.
What do I need these points for? To be able to do
it
for
might
free?
tell you you've run out of searches, or you've run out of Bing chats, or you've run out of like, for instance, with ChatGPT, which is not gamified, I'm limited to 40 messages every 3 hours. So once I get to 41 messages, it will say to me, you have to wait 1 hour and 20 seconds before it refreshes.
Mm-hmm.
So with Copilot, with Bing Chat, it'll tell you run out of searches, internet searches or something, but then it'll give you options for earning more points. Probably with ChatGPT, it will tell me to upgrade to the Teams one, which is a few bucks, $30 more, I think. Okay. I want to go back to structured prompting. I pulled away because I don't want everything to be chain of thoughts and tree of thoughts and few shot and all this kind of stuff. But I think it is important that we have some more understanding of the different kind of structured prompts. Oh, did anybody use the website browsing? I'm so sorry, I need to follow up on those. Did you use website browsing with Bing Chat? And what kind of output did you get? Like, what did you ask and what output did you get?
Yes, I did. I prompted it to visit my employer's website and suggest improvement for visual appeal. And I got 5 suggestions, which when I've gone to the actual website, makes sense.
Oh, okay. So you did find them contextually relevant.
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Anybody else? Thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate when people do give me a response, because we learn pedagogically from our peers much more than me blabbing on all day.
I try to ask the Bing, the chat box, about an issue with the coding. I insert the code and asking, like, can you fix it? But I'm not really satisfied with this answer. It doesn't.
Is it Python or something else?
Is it what?
Python code?
No, it's the M language in the Power BI.
Okay.
But what the suggestion, what I meant to say, the suggestion of the chat, it doesn't really seems to be the right thing to do.
Okay. Did you ask it to role play a
No,
program?
I
in that
asked him.
language?
I asked him, can you find a solution for this issue? And I insert the code.
Okay. I've
I be
used
more
it with
specific?
Python, and it's brilliant with Python, and I don't know Python. And just to give you an idea, I had to install Python on my laptop along with Homebrew and all that. And I kept getting error messages that I didn't understand. And in the end, I said to ChatGPT, no, you have to talk to me like I'm a 15-year-old with exactly 30 minutes experience of Python programming, which is about right. And talk to me like I'm a child. And it was great. It was very clear on, you need to change these commands. You need to move this to this folder. Okay, now I would copy the error message in, and it would say, oh, okay, that error message means this. You need to do this to fix it. Tell me what the error message is you get after that. And I told it. And then it took us about 2 hours, which it would take a real programmer to do 3.5 minutes. But it didn't even mind that I cried at one point. I was getting so frustrated. So,
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. That's why
All
I
right,
don't do
so
programming. But can I just say, ChatGPT 4, within ChatGPT has an option here for you to upload. So you can upload codes and things like that. And then you can also ask for it to, please give me the Python code to create a, what's that game? Oh, a Pong game. You know, Pong, where you hit the ball backwards and forwards. And it will go through and it will start to give you the code. My issue is I don't have a background in this. So I want to remind people, if you're not a subject matter expert, like you looked at it and went, that's not right. So you need to go back in and reprompt to get a clearer idea of what you're expecting.
Yeah, it's really funny. You go back and reprompt it, and the system will apologize and say, oh, I'm sorry, let's start again. It's
I
so
know.
nice.
It's like having a really nice colleague that doesn't get mad at you when you point out its errors.
Sometimes at the end of the day, I tell him like, oh, thank you for your help today. And he's like, oh, I'm just computer. But
I'm glad that you do that. And I just want to point out to other people, treat ChatGPT like a colleague or an intern and speak to it in full sentences, including please and thank yous, even though you're using up something called tokens. It doesn't matter. And the reason why I suggest that is because you write better prompts when you're speaking to a human being. And I sat in a course, and so I was teaching a course with property developers. One of the fellas went, marketing plan 2024. That was it. No custom instructions, no background, nothing. And ChatGPT went, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Do you want me to write a marketing plan? Is there something that you can give me so I can write this for you? Like it literally, there were 3 words in its prompt. And I always think if you speak in full, it doesn't have to be English, you can write it in any language. But you can say, you know, please write me a marketing plan. I need it for 2024. And then you're off and running. You'll be in a much better position.
It's actually also been proven that additionally to saying like please and thank you, it will help you more in depth and you can get better answers out of it, which is incredible. And also we were testing the other day because we've seen it on like a TikTok and basically tip it to, you say, I'll tip you $200 and it will actually have a better result for you, which is incredible.
Yeah, I saw that. And something about, I'll tip you $200 and $100 for your mother, which is a weird one. And that gave you an even more in-depth and a better answer. So that's your behavioral AI. And it's read such a lot, novels, papers, reviews on websites, and it understands the tipping, and it understands that people expect a high level of service, because that's what behavioral AI is. Like, what's the behavioral change when you tip someone? Oh, okay, I want to be human. I'm going to do that too. So yes, promising to tip it is definitely something that's coming through in the papers. As look, I think you can just ask for deeper answers, and that's something that I do. But it is amusing to see the AI. It's amusing and terrifying that the AI learns from us. And I want you to remember, when you see articles about 10,000 images of boardrooms, they were all men in the boardroom, there wasn't a single woman. That's not the AI's fault. It's scanned billions of images. And that's what we showed it. Showed it from advertising, showed it from corporate documentation, showed it from pitch documents, showed it from annual reports. They were the images that we gave it. We trained AI to see, and by the way, and in reality, this is what the board looks like. If you go to the about page of any organization, this is the board. It went, why are you mad at me? I showed you exactly what you're just showing to the world. We need to find a way to make AI, the guardrails on AI, be the better human. Like, don't be behaviorally us now, be behaviorally us in the future as we lift the intellectual ceiling, as we lift our ethical ceiling, as we move and ascend into being better humans. That's what AI is here for. It's co-piloting us into being better humans. Maybe. Hopefully not worse ones. Fernando, what's that? Let me see that image.
So I came across this plugin and I installed quickly. And you can...
Okay, be careful with Chrome
can-
extension plugins, okay?
Okay. But using that search agent there gives me similar results than the Bing chat.
Oh, being search and being, yeah, absolutely. I'll show you some more
with the
alternatives
sourcing.
to search as we go through. Okay, so structured prompting. Let me go back to here. I still love Ganesh. It's an awesome picture. So with something called few shot prompting, we give ChatGPT our an example of the output that we want. So if I was to say, please give me a list of 12 colors. Oops. This is ambiguous. ChatGPT won't know what I mean. It'll probably just give me red and yellow and orange and green. And if I say, and how they are made, now we're in a situation of, what does that mean? Does it mean that I want to know the different muds, like ochre mud or sand or something else? Or does it mean Bunnings paint colors and their ID numbers? Or what does it mean? So with few shot prompting, we give it an example and we literally say, for example. For example, yellow plus red equals orange. I need 11 more colors. Can you see there that my, for example, is going to optimize the output so that I don't need to prompt it 3, 4, 5 times before I get to the style of output that I want? Now, I could ask for a table and say, you know, I want the first color in the first table, second color in the second table, and then the output color in the third table, in the third column. Sorry, column, not tables. Doesn't matter. It can come up with whatever it wants. Yellow and blue is green, blue and red is violet, red and white is pink, blue and white is light. What? Blue and white, light blue. I thought it said yellow. So by giving it an example of the output, it's better able to give me the actual output that I want. Can you think of a situation where you could give it one example, but you need many more? Maybe something you do every day at work, or anybody?
I did a search like this the other day. I do not know, but I instinctively I put, for example, so I would give a better direction, and it came up much better, the search, but I don't remember. Have a look in the
What
search.
it was?
I don't remember.
Look, it could be something like, I like action movies. For example, I was going to say Harry Potter. No, what's the house? Indiana Jones, Lara Croft. Can you give me 12 other movies that are in the same style? So it's got the example. It knows more clearly. And Lara Croft and Indiana Jones are a particular style of action movie. They're not Fast and Furious. They're not Steven Seagal just kickboxing everything. You know, they have humor. They're like a Sunday afternoon movie, I think. So it will be able to find other movies that fit in with that, because I'm action is such a wide genre, and there's some new stuff coming in. So please give me a list of different sustainable investment options, for example, green bonds. Okay. I'm going to try that one because that sounds like fun. I actually don't know what it means, but that's okay. I may need to disambiguate that one, but I think it will know from green bonds what I'm talking about. Remember, I asked for in-depth answers, so I don't ask for concise ones. I'm not a subject matter expert, not in any way, shape, or form. So I have no idea whether these are good, is a good list, overall list, and whether the descriptions. Oh, I do know quite a bit about microfinance and green microcredit. Okay, obviously I do know something about something. There you go. And then it asked me at the end, do any of these options particularly resonate with your interest or investment strategy? Because it wants to know what my next question is going to be, because I asked it to ask me questions. So thank you, Janine, for that one. But yes, that idea that you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh, I need to go through a whole bunch of things with the team, or I need to go through a whole bunch of things with my manager. I need to go through a whole bunch of things as a lecturer with my students. Let me see this and this. What are some more that I could go through? And then you list them. It will list them for you. So that, for example, is about pattern recognition. We talked about the inference divide, and that the generative AI likes to jump the divide, and that it's going to try and extrapolate out next quarter's numbers, I think was the example that I used. And in this case, it's about, I'm going to give you a pattern. Red plus yellow equals orange. And then I want you to do the same thing, create that pattern. We are pattern making machines, and AI absolutely excels at pattern recognition. It doesn't just do pattern recognition, it makes its own patterns as well, but it is even more intelligent if you can give it a pattern that it can recognize. Janine, I'll let you extrapolate and expand on those prompts, but yes. And then I would ask for it to give it the investment, sustainable investment in a table, or prioritize it, or give you the better return on investment. I don't know what your questions would be, but you can start to structure your prompts as you go through. I do want to point out that when I talk about structured prompting, it's not only within a single prompt, but it's getting the second and the third prompt. So maybe you start off with chain of thoughts, which is explain to me step by step what green bonds are. And then tree of thoughts would be, I would like you to role play whether green bonds are a good option for a business in mining. And then the third, so we did chain of thoughts, tree of thoughts. And then the third one, so it's role playing whether it's a good idea as investment people. And then the third one, which is few shot, which is, for example, now give me other options besides green bonds in a table format. I need 15 of them. And it's understanding that you're building on the initial prompt and then every prompt all the way through. Just remember, if you leave this chat thread and you create a new chat thread, you're done. You have to start again from the beginning. You can't keep iteratively developing on a new chat thread, which is the point where I want to talk to you about some really scary things. Okay, so put all the lights on.
Here we go.
Here we go. Okay. And I'm telling you these, I guess, so that you can figure out, well, I'm going to show you how to deal with them, because they will happen, and people will use them as an argument for not using AI, because it's not a perfect tool. Nothing in this world is a perfect tool. Just ask Tesla, okay? Maybe don't. So there's something called hallucinations. I do want to point out that AI copilots, AI developers, we're drama queens. If we can come up with a really scary name, instead of just saying something ran out of memory or it forgot something, we use hallucinations. So the free version of ChatGPT is from 2022, and it's a published book, and that book is done and dusted. If something happens today, I can't get that and put it inside GPT easily, okay? So what I have to do, and then GPT-4 is from April 2023. That book, that edition number 5 or edition number 4.5 or edition number 3.5, whatever, has been sent out to everyone. They have that textbook. It's done, it's published, it's hard copy, it's finished. If there is data sets, or if there are data sets missing, or in the case of ChatGPT, it's about 8 models mashed together with the pile and other data sets, primarily the pile, and then the pile is updated continually with new data sets. If there is something missing, like it's weak in a particular area, that inference divide is now an issue because it doesn't have enough data to swan across the cliff face and land on the other side. It's going to plop down in the middle. So let's say that it's an area like nanotechnology, biomedicine, and it doesn't have enough medical data to give us, to extrapolate out some new ideas. You know, I want you to look at these 4 nanotechnology papers and come up with some ideas of ways that we could develop or test something. That's very creative, that's generative, that's moving it directly into that inference divide. What it may do from time to time is make up papers because it's creative. And it just went, well, you want me to be creative, let me be creative. Who's heard the story of the lawyers that submit papers, that case studies before the court cases that didn't actually exist, but ChatGPT told them that it existed? I'll come to your question in a minute, Peter. Who's heard of the lawyers that submitted stuff to the courts that didn't actually exist? Anybody? Okay. Basically, a lawyer, this happened a few times, a lawyer's gone to ChatGPT and said, I have a case, I need precedents. Can you tell me of 5 court cases that speak to, I don't know, jaywalking? And so ChatGPT is supposed to go and find those court cases and bring them back. The problem with ChatGPT is it's not only a semantic AI, so it doesn't search, retrieve, and cite. It's also creative. And if it can only find 3 court cases, it goes, okay, I've got the pattern, let me make up some court cases, that's what they're looking for. And in a lot of cases, that is what we're looking for, but maybe not with court cases. So what we can do, and that's called a hallucination. It made up something, everybody gets very upset, and then the AI goes, but I told you I do pattern recognition and you're always asking for me to extrapolate out stuff. I just extrapolated. So what we need to do is be very clear in our prompting to work around hallucinations. And the way that we do that, let me bring this up, is when we go to bing.com/chat. I could have just clicked chat button, never mind. Hello, could you move any slower? ChatGPT is really struggling today. Close some of these I don't need. You just close these. Is anybody else having an issue with bing.com/chat? Oh, there it is. Come in. Okay. Where it says choose a conversation style, it's asking for more balanced, more precise or factual, or more creative. And this is called a temperature parameter. So AI has a temperature parameter. This is in your workbooks. There's a page on it about how to set temperature. But what you want to do is if you need factual, like court cases, see fact finding, you click more precise, and that will give you a more precise answer. It won't make things up. There won't be any hallucinations. I need to be clear. It will say to you, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question, because it doesn't have that information. It's not allowed to hallucinate. It's not allowed to be creative. Its intelligence has been dumbed down. So therefore, it's going to try and be factual. And if it can't be factual, it just won't work. It's like a calculator. Look, if you want to know the chemical symbol for magnesium, then you want a fact, drop the temperature. But if you needed to look at last month's figures and extrapolate out this next month's finance figures, it needs to be creative. It needs a higher temperature. So temperature is between 0 and 1, and 0 is super factual, no intelligence at all. I'm just going to search, retrieve, and cite. If I can't find it, I just go, no, computer says no, I can't do anything. If you set the temperature to 1, which is more creative, then it says I can jump the inference divide and I will come up with some answers for you. And the default temperature for ChatGPT is 0.7. Used to be 0.8, but they said it was too high. So now it's 0.7. So with Bing, you want to choose a conversation style of more, you keep it on more balanced for most stuff. More precise if you really, really just want a fact. Be careful, it loses its intelligence. And more creative if you want it to be creative. So let me give you an example. Why did the cow jump over the moon? So a human being says, nursery rhyme. Let me think about that nursery rhyme. And it has something to do with moon and June and spoon. I don't remember it. But an AI with a higher temperature will come back and tell you the nursery rhyme and the story behind it, and maybe that it was from the Middle Ages or whatever it is. If you set the temperature low, why did the cow jump over the moon? You're going to get a physics lecture back. Or either I can't answer that question, or the second one will be cows can't jump, and this is why. And so you'll get a whole biology and physics lecture back. Can you see the different answers that you'll get? So really think, when do you need the temperature high and when do you want it low? Now, typically what we do with ChatGPT is when we start it, you can only do this when you start a new chat. You have to do it manually. With Bing, you've got the little temperature thing set up. With ChatGPT, you say AI has a temperature parameter. Please set the temperature to 0.2. Don't go to 0. It can't do, it's like a calculator without any batteries if you do 0. And tell me why actually I want to say, what color is the sky? Now, sometimes it will say it can't change the temperature. It's just the nature of ChatGPT gets confused. Other times it's fine. So I'll copy this in case. So 0.2 is low. It's down near 0. it's still done a reasonably technical answer, even though it's refused to change the temperature parameter. The temperature parameter is not fixed. We can already see in ChatGPT through Bing, we can reset the temperature. If you're a programmer and you're used to using, I should say a copilot, programmer, developer, copilot, and you're used to using Playground, of course you're going to make me log in again. You have a temperature setting in there. And I don't know if you remember with the Google Drive doc, I had an option near the bottom for a temperature setting here. So on the right-hand side, see where it says temperature 0.7? I can change the temperature of the answer here, make it more factual or make it more intelligent. Facts are not intelligence. Intelligence is looking at the facts and then giving something additional on top of that, adding additional value on top of that. What I'd like to ask you, under what circumstances would you change the temperature? Do you have an example of where you need it a low temperature? An example of where you need a high temperature? High temperature is more creative, more intelligent, extrapolates out, gives you recommendations and opinions. A low temperature is simply simple fact. You can mention the temperature parameter in your custom instructions, but I recommend you don't, because most people set it too low and then ChatGPT can't do anything with it. Plus, because it's prompt 0 and you have to set the temperature at the beginning of any new thread, you can't override it. So you'd have to turn custom instructions off to override it. What are the financial criteria to gain aged pension? That could be creative or it could be factual. Like if you're referencing an actual document and you want it to list the 5 things in the document, you might want to set the temperature lower. But if you're asking it to read lots of documents and create a summary for you, you need the temperature higher. But that's the sort of thinking you want to go through. Give me ideas for writing a kid's book. Yes. So you could say to ChatGPT, I have 2 boys, one's named Matthew and one's named John. And we went to the beach today. Please give me a bedtime story about Matthew and John at the beach that's, creative. Set the temperature high, 0.9 or something. And then it'll come back and Matthew and John met mermaids and swam with whales and made magical castles on the beach. And it will be very creative. Obviously, if you set the temperature low, it's not going to be like that. Anybody else got some examples of when you would use temperature? Because when you're at work, people are going to ask you, why does ChatGPT make stuff up? Why does ChatGPT lie? Why does ChatGPT have hallucinations? And the correct response is because you're not setting the temperature low enough. Not that ChatGPT lies, it's just not being given guidance on how creative it can be. And it's a little minute and not creative the next. So we need to use those parameters. Okay. Let me see. We've got 9 minutes before we go to lunch. So under structuring, fusion prompting, which is, for example, we did chain of title. And I've got all the academic papers on these listed for you, but chain of title is show me step by step your thinking. Tree of thoughts, sorry, chain of thoughts. step by step. Tree of thoughts, role play lots of different people. That's an important one. And another structured prompt, which is super useful for academics, is to do chain of density. Not just academics, but if you're a marketing person, you have to take a 30-page document and reduce it down to 80 words, but you want it to be super content rich and very, very dense with its information. It's like an executive summary. It's going to capture people. It's going to summarize the document really well. ChatGPT is really fluffy in its summaries. Like its first sentence is usually something like, in this document, the author's trying to explain X, Y, Z. And you don't need that. You need it to get 80 words, super, super dense. So the way that we do that, as prompt engineers, what is your recommendation for us as AI sanitizers, fact checkers around specific body of knowledge domains when using ChatGPT for business? Let me answer that after lunch, because I think when we go into custom GPTs, that's going to make a lot more sense around specific knowledge domains, because that's what we're doing with a custom GPT. So for instance, I created a local government GPT, which means it's in the domain of local government. And so therefore I can control and fine tune the documents that go in there. We're not quite there, Peter. I want to get people, we're moving in that direction. Is that okay? I hope that made sense. Okay, so with chain of density, let me bring up the paper. There we go. Oh, goodness me, ChatGPT, could you run any slower? You know, what I've discovered is they do updates on Fridays, and Fridays is usually when I teach. So I probably need to move to Mondays. That gives me a weekend to find out exactly what they inflicted on us during on Friday and the weekend. It says anonymous, but it's me, and I'll share my link for chain of density in the chat so that you can follow it more clearly. Do you understand chain of density? I'll give you an article, and can you I give you an article and you re-summarize, and it looks like this. So this is what I wrote. I gave it a link to the article, I uploaded the article, I copied and pasted the article in whatever it was. And then I said, you will generate increasingly concise. Entity just means key objects or key propositions, summaries of the above article. And you want to repeat that 2 to 5 times. And I know that there are some teachers in this audience, so I just want to point out this is something that we do with academic summaries. Step 1, identify 1 to 3 key features or key things in the article. I've asked for them to be delimited or to be numbered in some way, which are missing from the previous summary. Let me put this into plain English. I want you to read this article. I want you to summarize the article. I want you to read your own summary, and I want you to create 5 summaries, each one looking back at the previous summary, recognizing what's missing, what should be a priority, and then rewrite the summary in a more dense way. So each summary stacks it each time. Rather than getting AI to write a dense, trying to get a dense summary from the get-go, I want it to continually rewrite it in a more powerful way. So let's say you're writing a marketing plan. Let's say you're writing standard operating procedures. Let's say you're writing financial analysis. Let's say you're writing really anything that is a report. You can have the AI rewrite it 5 times in a more dense and comprehensive way. And then you just have to go in and pick things out and highlight them with a case study or an example or a story, or however it is you want to make it more human readable. Step 2, write a new denser summary of the identical length. So every time it's got to be identical length. It just has to keep putting more stuff in. Make every word count. ChatGPT, because it's generative and it's creative and it's 0.7 as its default, can be faffy and fluffy. It's like your colleague that just keeps rambling on. Actually, that would be me, right? Me rambling on. And as I go through, it said, yes, I understand what it is. I then give it an article and it keeps writing the summaries and keeps going and rewriting the summaries until we get to something that's usable. I try to say somewhere in the instructions, make sure it's still human readable, because AI can create its own language so that that's a more efficient language than any languages we have. In fact, it's been blocked in the model from doing that. It's not allowed to create its own language anymore because the copilots can't read it and we don't understand what it's trying to discuss. So we've had to put a block on that, which is kind of interesting. I would love to learn that language. If it's a more efficient language than English, which pretty well any language would be, I would like to learn the AI language, but we've lost that now because it's been blocked. But chain of density is an awesome way of putting together the TLDR, too long didn't read, that summary for posting a news release on your website, or for sending out information to investors, or as the preamble before you go into a pitch meeting, so that you've got a clear, succinct summary of a much broader area. So ChatGPT, I either give it something simple and then say, okay, build on point 1, build on point 2, build on point 3. And so I go from a paragraph or 5 dot points to a 30-page document. Or I go the other way. Here's a 30-page document, use chain of density and keep redensifying until we've got you down to a paragraph. So you can either extrapolate out or densify back in. I don't know if densify is a word. It is now. Can you think of a way of something that you need to give students, peers and colleagues, managers, that you need to take a large document and create a shorter paragraph or 2 on? Any examples? Anyone? Summarize a white paper for the board. What would the white paper be on? Maybe sustainability? Something like that? Reporting for social media performance, yes. Rather than it faffing around with, oh, there were 300 posts last month, like just get me to the bones of this. Quantum computing, oh, don't get me started on quantum computing. We'll be here all day. Okay, the alarm's gone for lunch. Have a think about it. There are times when you will upload a massive document, a government policy or a regulation. I'm doing something at the moment about the RBA documents for the last 20 odd years. Do I want to read every single document with a yellow highlighter highlighting what I think are the key things? Or do I want to feed them into ChatGPT and say, give me a dense summary of these papers, and then I want you to give me a summary of all the papers, and I want you to tell me the structure of all the papers and how they think when they're writing those papers and things like that. So have a think about that. And yeah, okay. I hope you're going to have a lovely lunch. I hope you're still learning something. I hope you come back after lunch. And after lunch, we're going to do we're going to teach ChatGPT our own documents, how to input our own documents, how to set up custom GPTs. It's a really fun session. It's one of my favorite modules. So if you have any questions, please ask me in chat while we're at lunch and I'll address them when I come back. I'll see you in 45 minutes from now, wherever you are in the world. And that means we'll be back at 1:15 Sydney time.
Thank you, Lauren. See you soon.
You're welcome. That's Sydney time. As I'm aware, some people are in WA.
Hello. So just leads is the only one that I put with the No.
Megan.
We didn't add 1300, we just added up to the side.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, all good.
You spotlighted, all good to go.
So what all right, I'll just mute now, and then I'll be back at 1:15. Okay.
All right, I'm going to go now.
Bye. Thank you.
No worries. Bye. Have a good one.
Okay. If you have any questions, please let me know. I always come back a bit early so I can answer questions. Rain later today. Yay. Only up here though, nowhere else. Now, what does yours say? I can't see, Peter. Let me just spotlight you so you come up. Try it again. If your eyes are in shot, it can't do it. So you have to hide your eyes. Yeah. Oh no, it's not showing me.
Doesn't matter. It's hot. 38 degrees at the moment. Going for top of 39.
Yeah, it's about the same here. Definitely my system doesn't like the hot weather. I don't like the hot weather. But I don't mind.
It's 30. It's 31 here and not raining, which is lovely in Queensland because we've had rain since Christmas.
Now I'm looking to move to Queensland, probably halfway through the year or the second.
Whereabouts?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know I'm living in the Blue Mountains. It's very cold here in winter. I've decided enough's enough. And I'm really lucky with the work that I do that I can pretty well work from anywhere because I'm either doing virtuals or I'm in Brisbane, Melbourne, Canberra, Adelaide. Like, it doesn't matter as long as there's an airport nearby. So as long as there's an airport within a reasonable distance. In fact, that's one of the issues with where I am. It's 3 hours to the airport, which is too much.
It depends on where you want to be. We moved up here last year. In fact, in 2 days' time, it's a year ago.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. From Melbourne. The lockdowns just did our head in.
In Melbourne today.
Yeah. My husband's from here, so we live in a small town called Aldershot, which is we've got 1,100 people, and it's just 10 minutes outside of Maryborough, which is near Harvey Bay. So we're on the Fraser Coast. So
nice. Okay, yes. 1,101 coming.
So it's a lovely place to live. It's a good place to live, but and there's an airport in Harvey Bay and stuff like that. So, but when I travel, I generally will either get the train to Brisbane and then the train to the airport. So it's a 3 hour train.
How long is the train to Brisbane?
It's about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Or you can drive to the Sunshine Coast Airport, which is about 2.5 hours away. Or Harvey Bay Airport is half
from where
an hour,
I live to the city is
expensive.
3 hours to Sydney CBD, and then I need another 20 minutes out to the airport. So it's 3 hours 20 each way.
Yeah, it's about that for the planes here when you go by train. But Yeah, Harvey Bay Airport is 30 minutes away, but it's regional flights, so it's expensive.
Yeah, expensive.
Yeah.
I might look at somewhere around Brisbane though. And I want to be able to go roller skating and rollerblading. Like, I've got my priorities, you know.
Yeah, just speak to people that live in Brizzy. I don't know Brizzy very well, so couldn't tell you anything about that.
Well, I've already joined all the skating groups in Brisbane. So there's City Skate and Brisbane City Skate, and there's all these different skating groups. So I'm in them. So I'm learning. Okay. Any questions on what we've covered so far? Here's my notes here. Just as a reminder, this morning we went through custom instructions. So that idea that you can write a base prompt and a system prompt to have the GPT remember core information about your organization, so you don't have to write it into every prompt, so that it gets context. So I find their addition of custom instructions very useful. We also looked at different styles of prompting. We looked at chain of thoughts, which was step by step. Tree of thoughts, which was role play different people and show me different arguments with different outcomes for the same situation. We looked at chain of density, which was to take a large document and densify it so that it is very information rich. And we also talked about few shot prompting, which is pattern recognition and for examples. So giving it an example so that it can write a table for you or give you other ideas, i.e. Daniel Craig movies. And as free alternatives to those, we looked at Bing Chat, which is ChatGPT 4, the high value one, with web browsing with a Bing interface onto ChatGPT. So you don't have to buy ChatGPT Plus for web browsing and GPT-4. We also looked at Bing Image Creator, Bing Create, so that you would have access to DALL-E 3, but you don't have that benefit of ChatGPT cleaning up your prompts and adding background and things like that to your image prompts. Thanks, Sarah. And some other stuff. I tried to answer questions as we went along as well. I looked back over my notes, looked back over the workbook just to see we were up to date. And I remember saying, I want to talk to you about GANs, but I didn't. It's only a couple of lines. You didn't really miss a lot, but I'll just explain it now. When you create an image, the image is that when the AI is creating an image, it puts an image up, and then there is an adversarial agent called a discriminator that looks at the image and says something like, why does that person have 10 fingers on one hand? Hands are really hard, notoriously hard for anyone to draw, humans or AI. Go back and do it again. So then the AI goes back and does it again and submits it to the discriminator. And the discriminator goes, nope, not good enough, do it again. And keeps saying, no, not good enough, do it again, until it passed the test, the sniff test of the discriminator. And the discriminator says, yeah, okay, yeah, that's indistinguishable from a human generated image. So an adversarial network has, like, the person that's creating, the AI that's creating, and then it has a discriminator that's judging. So there's some argy-bargy between the two AIs. It's just worth knowing, because I think when we talk about, a lot of people think AI is simply GPT, but there are other kinds of AI out there as well. We talked about behavioral, computer vision, and semantic AI and some others, but GAN is definitely of interest to me, because I guess in a way it's tree of thoughts, because when we ask for the AI to argue with itself and we watch the argument, it's like we're getting a preview of a job interview or pitch meeting or a client investor, whatever meeting, or we're even just able to externalize and outsource those arguments we have with ourselves in our own head at 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Angelique, I hope you got some lunch though. You said you didn't leave. I restarted my machine because there's a few issues here with the heat at the moment. I don't know if it's doing any good, but we restarted anyway. So this afternoon. Oh, Peter, you asked a question about moderating, cleaning up, data cleaning of AI, I believe. Was that your question? What was it about? It was about data.
Yes, because really, while we're doing this as sort of prompt engineers, my experience with ChatGPT is that if working in a domain of factual and components, it's very good. But asking it to do comparisons between different business concepts and frameworks, relying on its judgment for that analysis, it's not very good. So it does require quite a lot of cleanup, or what I call AI sanitizing after the event, to get a good product out of it.
You mean you have to do more prompts?
No, I actually take the output and I review it, and I apply my body of knowledge and my expertise to it and modify the output to the document so that it is more robust from a...
And how are you structuring the prompts when they're going in?
Well, this is one of the reasons why I'm doing this course, because I've been learning on the go. So I haven't had the structure that you've provided today. So I would write a prompt such as develop a document or write a paper comparing, for example, the Australian Signals Directorate's Essential 8 cybersecurity framework against ISO 27001 cybersecurity risk management, and put other parameters in around that sort of prompt. And it's been pretty good in doing it, but it's required a lot of work from me with my knowledge of both those frameworks, which are fairly technical, to be able to write a paper to publish on my website for my clients.
Okay, and if you think about the Australian Signals Directorate, it's fairly well, it has to be technical. That's what they do.
Yeah.
But also very governmental and regulatory type of, like it's not written in plain English, I'm assuming. Like most of the stuff I've seen from ASD isn't. With ChatGPT, I would be uploading those documents fresh, or even linking to them, but making sure, checking each one that it read it. So I want you to go to this link, read it and summarize it. Otherwise, sometimes it'll hallucinate and say, yeah, I did it. And then if you don't ask for a summary, once you read the summary, you go, no, you didn't read it, buddy. You just guessed what I was talking about. Like a student that didn't do the homework.
Yeah.
With a free GPT, I would say to you, focus on 3. As a subject matter expert, you want to ask ChatGPT, clarify this point for me because you're looking a little dodgy there, mate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it said something and it wasn't clear. So clarify point 3A, because that's a no-go for me. Maybe you're right, but I'm not understanding your thinking. The second one is I want you to give me more context around 3A, because I don't understand why you're including that in this document, because as a subject matter expert, I wouldn't. Does that make sense? Like clarify your thinking. Explain to me step by step. Do chain of thoughts. Explain to me why that thing is in the summary or the key points, or you've read the document and this is what it's recommending. What are the recommendations? Why?
Sure.
You know, and then number 3 is correction. I want you to go and look at 3A and I want you to correct it for me. It doesn't look right. So I did a lecture series for marine scientists who are lecturers. So lecturers in marine science. And just for gits and shiggles, I asked for, I think it was 7 sea animals or something. And one of them it listed was bears. Now, I'm not a subject matter expert on marine animals, but I wouldn't have put bears in there. Does that make sense? So I used it as an example and I said, please clarify bears. Please give me context and like deeper knowledge on bears and marine animals, and please correct bears. And it came back and said, polar bears are marine animals. I went, ah. So, and even the room went, oh, like ChatGPT was like, wasn't wrong, but I needed it to clarify, correct, and give me contextual information.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, though, is to show you some ideas about how this could possibly, where you may want to improve upon this a little bit. It's not necessarily going to give you, what did you call them? Like there were domain checkers or fact checkers in the domain.
That's my term, which is, I call it AI sanitizers, because we've got a whole, there'll be whole sets of careers starting with prompt engineers being required by companies to use AI, but there'll need to be fact checkers or interpreters to ensure that there are no hallucinations, or that if it's being used for factual correctness, there has to be some oversight, and that's
the
really
job of the future.
now.
I don't think the job of the future. I don't think the job of the future is prompt engineering. With LangChain and all the changes coming out, particularly custom GPTs, which I'm about to show you, prompt engineering is not going to be a thing in the future. Like we're a few months away from it going completely. But you know, ChatGPT will say, "What are you trying to achieve? What are your goals? What are you thinking? Can you give me some other direction? Okay, let me write the prompts for you." So LangChain is really that chaining together of different language models in such a way that it can go off and find and bring back, like create the prompt and then answer the prompt, which is what an NLP, a natural language processing model, should do. NLP, guys, we're getting technical again. I'm sorry that my camera's jerky. It is definitely overheating here, but I think you know what I look like, so we don't need to worry about that too much. I would say, along with fact checkers, we are looking at content moderators. So many years ago, I remember writing an article on the 3,000 additional moderators that Facebook put on to fact check COVID. But people were thinking, oh, 30,000. I can't remember the number now. I think it was 3,000 or 30,000. People were thinking, wow, that's great. Facebook's hiring all these people. They're not. They're not. What they're doing is they're using the fact checkers to train the AI. So the AI is like the manager or the trainee at the shoulder, watching how all the moderators are addressing issues. You always have outliers, like 99% of people think this is wrong and should never be said, and 1% are fine with it and then let it pass through. So it starts to pattern recognize what's going on with the moderation. It is something similar to the Australian Federal Police have a child protection AI computer vision AI recognition service, and they don't want to train their AI on the material because that re-victimizes victims. Does that make sense? Like, you don't want to add a whole lot of child photos into an AI and train it, because that re-victimizes the victims. So what they did was they used the inference divide in a really creative way. They asked parents to upload photos of children playing in normal ways, and that the parents approved for those photos to go into the AI. There's a special website for it. And then they also uploaded adult consensual intimate photos and videos, of which there's plenty apparently on the internet. I don't know. Apparently there is. And they then asked the AI to check if this activity was being undertaken by a person looking like these children. So they didn't actually have to train the AI on that inference. But in those cases, you need data moderators, you need all kinds of people to keep the guardrails in place, because the AI alignment needs to occur. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
you don't want the AI suddenly.
It does, and I guess it's what I've learned really here is that what I've not been doing is interrogating the response. I've been taking the response with the parameters that I've assigned into the prompt, and with my knowledge, fine-tune the output, rather than going back in and saying, verify this or verify that. or please explain about this or that or something else. So that's something I'm going to work with post today to use it in a more interrogative way to see what sort of result that I may get out of it.
And really, that's why I've said that ChatGPT is a chatbot and you should be having a conversation with it. It's not a search engine where you ask it to do something and it gives you a response. Like,
sure.
I think that is maybe the main error that I'm seeing currently. Now that custom GPTs are coming out, that's changing. I don't have such an issue with it because the prompt thing isn't so important. So let me show you custom GPTs. I think you'll find this interesting, guys. And I can see one coming out for like every single organization, every single company, industry organization, government department will have one of these, and I'm probably working on it at the moment. So let me show you what it looks like. So here's a website, and it is the State Development of Queensland website. And this is specifically as a state government for them to give regulations to local government, to councils or councils on local government sustainability, so environmental sustainability. So this is what councils have to basically buy into. And because government likes to come out with lots of frameworks and guidelines and things like that, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 documents, which typically council needs to download, read, get their yellow highlighter out, whatever it is, and understand these so they can be compliant. So the question here, I guess, is compliance. And I want you to transform this into whatever your industry is. Are you in marketing and advertising and you have to obey advertising regulations? Are you in finance and you have to follow finance regulations? Me no care. There's plenty of regulations out there. Pick one. So if I open up sustainability framework, it's a PDF and it's 30 pages long. So there's some work for you to do for the weekend, is to read through these. Oh, look, 2 guys on a computer. Awesome. That was hashtag sarcasm, by the way. Once you've downloaded these documents into a folder, this is what I do with ChatGPT. Who's that? Did somebody come or go? Okay. I go into, now this is only on the paid for version, but I'll show you a free version in case you want to play with something similar and then decide if you want to spend the money, or if your organization won't spend the money, but they're thinking about it, you can show a free version of something similar to them and get them thinking about fine-tuning GPT. So when I go to explore GPTs, I have a create button at the top right, which means I can go in and I can start to create something that has pre-written the custom instructions. I'll just go to this one and that one and get that one lined up to go. So I click create and it's going to ask me, what do you want to create a chatbot on that people can ask questions about? And then it'll create a name for it and some logos and things like that. And then it'll say, do you have any documents you want to upload to fine tune me? So what I've done, wow, it's really slow. And I'll put this link into the chat because it's a public link, but you will need to have the paid for GPT to see it. So when I go into what I've called local governmental and I edit the GPT, in configure, it created an image for me, which I liked. It chose an owl because it knows I like owls. Actually, I haven't told it I liked owls. Anyway, it chose an owl. And then it wrote out the custom instructions for me based on the questions it asked me. So it asked me a bunch of questions. And then it said, okay, this is the custom instruction. This is the base or system prompt. Remember, we created a base prompt. Now, who was it? Was it Tony or Zara or someone said to me, I've got 3 areas that I need to question ChatGPT on, and they're 3 separate areas, and one is non-profit boards. Who is that? Doesn't matter. So it's pre-written out based on some questions that I answered. It was you, Janine. Okay, thank you. So this is what you would create 3 of these, Janine, 1 for each of your areas, including non-profit boards, okay? And it asked me some questions and I answered them, and it said local gov mentor will AI mentor will serve as a support tool for local governments, focusing on creating livable communities, tailored assistance, guidance on this environmental sustainability framework, yada, 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 yada. So it summarized it all to tell ChatGPT, this is what you need to focus on. This is the important stuff. It asked me for conversation stuff. You, ChatGPT, when you go into ChatGPT, it has its. Down here, I click upload files, and for these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files which I've downloaded, I now upload them into ChatGPT. And this is fine-tuned. Remember I said to you, GPT, the P means pre-trained, so it can't be retrained easily. And then I said ChatGPT runs on stateless architecture. So if you upload a single document, about 5 minutes later, it says, oh, I can't read that document anymore. You'll have to re-upload it. So you want to use GPTs that sit on top of ChatGPT. You upload the document, and environmental sustainability for local government specific to Queensland state government and the Australian government's advocacy around environmental sustainability. In other words, all its frameworks and its guidelines. Once they've been uploaded and it's read them, no. To be honest, in this case, it's probably taken from the FAQ, but even if it wasn't, it would figure it out anyway. I've turned on web browsing. The reason I've turned on web browsing is I want the council to, for instance, if they've published their own local, like Wollongong councils put up environmental sustainability, blah, 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 on their website, I want them to be able to link to that page on their website, bring it back to ChatGPT and say, given the sustainability framework, have a read of this web page, and then start your prompts. How can I write it in a more user-friendly way for the people of Wollongong? What is missing from the framework, our framework, given the state-based framework? Well, it's Queensland, I said Wollongong, but you get the idea. Blah, 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 blah. So it can link to, they can come and use it and link to the web page. With Code Interpreter, I really wish they wouldn't call it this. It's an upload button. Let me have a rant for a moment. It is literally just an upload button. It's not a code interpreter. It's not advanced analysis. It's nothing. It's just an upload button. Anyway, so I've turned on Code Interpreter because I want the local council, the local Brisbane council, to be able to upload a PDF and compare and contrast it to this range of documents. Because normally what they'd have to do is read all these, adapt it for their own council, and then try and understand whether they were actually compliant or not. And so now we're going to fine-tune ChatGPT by uploading the documents and then allowing them to do all the checks themselves. That button on the left-hand side, the paperclip, is the fact that I've turned Code Interpreter on. Once that's turned on, this button appears. If that button's not there, you're either on the free version of ChatGPT or the person has not actually implemented it. Now, it's now offered in the directory of public GPTs. So I go in here and I say Australia local gov, just to see what custom GPTs are available in the app store. This is like an app store, but it's for GPTs. Whoops, pick out Australia. And you can see 5 people have used it. Oh, 3 weeks ago. I was like one of the first people in Australia to do it though. So now people can search for local gov, click on this, and what you'll notice is it's ChatGPT. It just looks a bit different. Just a reminder, ChatGPT hasn't gone anywhere. You still have the pile data set at the bottom, GPT on top of that, ChatGPT, the chatbot on top of that. But now there's a fine-tuning wrapper that's just on local government sustainability framework, super exciting documents, 30 pages each or more. You got me? So when people add it by clicking on it, they can add it to their menu, they can remove it from their menu, they can hide it from their sidebar, add it to their sidebar, whatever. It says message local gov mentor AU, or in your case, it could be signals, or it could be nonprofit, or it could nonprofit board, or it could be whatever documents you've uploaded. And now you type in here, or you can choose one of the frequently asked documents and start it going. What I'd like you to do is to go to ChatGPT. I'll take this link. And I want you to find a custom GPT that will help you in your business. So you can see them, you just can't add them if you don't have the paid for version. So it's chat.openai.com GPTs/GPTs. I put it in chat, so you click on it. And I need at least 4 of you to please tell me a custom GPT that you found. Maybe it's on law, maybe it's on finance, maybe it's on painting your house. There's at least a dozen drinks mixing GPTs, so creating cocktails and things like that. So find one that you think's interesting, because I'll ask you which interesting ones you found. There's more and more being added every day. Again, I want you to think of this as a app store, like an Apple app store, Android app store, but for fine-tuned GPTs on a specific topic, a subject matter expert specific topic. Legal Community Guidelines by Peter Murray. Just 1 second and I'll be right back. I just need to get a drink. So legal community guidelines, diagrams show me special ed teacher school assistant. Yeah, that's cool. That is very cool. Let me show you what I've got. These are some of the ones some of these I created, some of them I just used. Some of you use Canva, I believe. Angelique, as long as you double check everything, as long as you are unique and personable and friendly with a big smile, no GPT, no AI is ever going to replace you. What you might be given is 100 times more jobs to do, but a smart EA is outsourcing to the AI interns and churning through the work while keeping a more of a management view as opposed to the doer view. I think the doers are in trouble. I think people who can step into more of a management role will do perfectly fine because they'll just do a lot more work and it'll be a lot more efficient and they'll be able to check for accuracy all the time, which was, I think, Peter's point, is with AI, we need to be the subject matter experts as pilots and then make sure that the co-pilot's on track. But anyway, let's have a look at this screen. Who here uses Canva? Because Canva's already added their app in the GPT store, and it will use ChatGPT to help write the prompts for the image and then connect back through to Canva and give you the image in Canva, whether you have a free account or a paid account. Tony, what happens when you click on that link that I gave you?
Nothing.
What does nothing mean? You get a blank page or you get an error message?
I just get an error message, yeah.
What does the error message say?
It says, because I've got my Mac going here as well, because I thought it might have just been my machine. Let me go back there.
And you definitely use my link that I gave you in the chat.
Oh, I'll give another go.
Let's have a listen to what that link is too. Is anybody else unable to get into the chat, custom chat store? Where is it? chat.openai.com/GPTS. Must have the S on the end.
Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong.
Ooh, murder mystery mayhem. Solve procedurally generated murder cases. And it's creating the murder mysteries on the fly. I'm sure they're all like Miss Scarlet in the library and Colonel White, Colonel Mustard in the kitchen with the knife, but it is creating them on the fly.
I'm just going to share my screen just for a jiffy. Sorry to be inconvenient to everybody else, but that's what I can see.
Yeah, no, go ahead. chat.openai.com/GPTS. GPTs are gradually rolling out to plus users, but it won't allow you to see the GPTs.
No. So I'm going to assume everybody else has got GPT plus. That's why.
No, they don't. They don't. Who here was able to access the GPT store without having plus? Because
Yeah.
I
was.
Okay, thanks, Peter. I'll just Peter, did you get an error code?
Try a different browser.
No, I didn't get an error code. I just typed it in using Firefox.
Oh, okay. I'll try that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
and it went
No,
straight.
you won't be able to use any of them if you're not paying for plus.
No.
But I wanted you to
That's
get
all
the
right.
concept.
I want to go in and
there.
have. I'm interested, so I want to go and have a look. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, Firefox will work because I've just done it.
Thanks, Pete.
I'm using Edge and it's working for me.
Thank you very much, team.
I'm using Chrome, but I'm on Plus. The reason why I check is that OpenAI doesn't have a marketing person, or if they do, they've been on holiday for the last year. And that's really mean. I shouldn't say that. They're probably brilliant marketing people. They just can't work with the senior people at OpenAI. They do things like hiding these GPTs, which they've been hiding plugins, and then they were hiding GPTs, then they released them. And my point is, this is like Netflix saying, sign up to Netflix for $15 a month, and then we'll tell you what movies and TV shows we have. But we're not telling you before. Like, you have to sign up, and then you get to see the store. But before then, nah. You won't know if your favorite show is on there or not. sign up, give us the money, and then you'll know. So it's not uncommon for OpenAI to take that tack, and they have most of us in a position where we'll sign up anyway, but it is rather annoying. Okay, I hope you get that sorted. Let's go back to this one here. So for me, I have, I'm creating one called Homework Mentor at the moment. And this is for parents to help high school students look at past exam papers and review English Lit homework, and ChatGPT is going to help them as a homework mentor get through a few years of high school by looking at, you know, what is the curriculum, uploading Department of Education stuff, whatever I can find. I fully expect the Department of Education to come up with a formal one of these, but in the meantime, everybody's doing them. So Khan Academy, which I love, has got a Tutor Me mentor or tutor. Kayak lets you plan a holiday, and it'll tell you, oh, if you go to Cambodia, you can go to Angkor Wat, and you can do this and you can do that. And then I'll have book here for the flights, hotels, and cars. So it will give you suggestions, and the AI will work around you. Oh no, I want something that's more kid friendly, or I want this or want that. And then who like diagrams, show me. You're not able to access the GPTs without GPT Plus, but you should be able to see the store. Okay, so some people can, some people can't. Okay. ChatGPT has these, I'm going to call them apps. I don't like calling them custom GPTs. I think it's confusing. You've got GPT, you've got GPT-4, you've got ChatGPT, you've got custom GPTs. It's too confusing. By calling these apps, we know they sit on top of ChatGPT. And so there's Planty, which answers questions about your plants. Because you can upload a photo, where's my mixologist one? Doesn't seem to be here. Actually, I think it's in this one. It's from ChatGPT. There's the negotiator, so that'll help you negotiate, role play various scenarios. Laundry buddy. I've got someone I'm going to send that to. Mocktail mixologist. This is what happens when you click on it. And like I said, now we're moving into a part where you have to have ChatGPT Plus. I will give you another tool in a minute that you can train yourself for free just to see if it works how you want it to. And it is working with ChatGPT, but it's free. But in this case, ChatGPT, OpenAI themselves put together a mocktail mixologist. From the ingredients in this photo, what can I make? So you can take a photo of your drinks cabinet, upload it. The computer vision AI will identify, oh, look, she's only got a few drops of tequila left in that bottle, but there's plenty of vodka, and can start to figure out what kind of drinks you can make from the photo. And presumably shortly, when GPT-5 comes out later in 2024, it'll have video as well. You can take a video of your kitchen, what you've got in your fridge, what you've got in your cupboard, and it will tell you what you can make for dinner and then give you the recipe for it. I've showed you the local gov mentor where I uploaded the 5 documents from local gov. The podcast script mentor is a private one, and I know quite a lot of you are in marketing or you write courseware. Anybody who's having to write things in a specific voice. What I did with the podcast script mentor is I took my podcast, which I do intermittently whenever I feel so moved, and they're about 45-minute scripts. And I took the text document and I uploaded them all into a private custom GPT, a private app. And now I can go in and say, just give it some dot points. I want to create a script, same as the others, around these 3 main issues. Can you write it in my voice for me? And because it's been fine-tuned on the stuff I've already done, it can now write my next podcast script. It's never going to be perfect. I'm going to change it, but be pretty close. ChatGPT, Custom GPT said, sure, I can write your podcast script for you. Would you like me to include your jokes? Yes, I would. And I actually laughed all the way through the script. So it got my sense of humor. Nobody else does. It got my sense of humor. That was awesome. We had a moment together. And on my one, I made sure I've got things like, how can I improve this? Can you help me start the script? Because sometimes I'm just staring at a white page. I don't know what to write. Suggest a funny intro for my tech podcast. And then I need a closing statement for my video because I do YouTube videos as well. Janine, your mocktails may have no vodka. Actually, no, I don't drink. So yeah, I hear you. I was just mixing the different kind of mixologists up. Okay, so some of you definitely can access the GPTs without signing up. Some of you can't. Try different browsers. That's all I can suggest. And this is 3 weeks old, 2.5 weeks old. So we're talking 14, 20 days here. Very, very early days of custom GPTs. I have a social media mentor where I've put up all my social media guidelines and a whole range of things to help people with their social media. Designer GPT is very interesting. I don't want to create it from scratch because it does take a little bit of time. But if I go to my previous, one of my previous sessions, just see if I can find it for you. This is what I mean by not having a search, so it's super annoying. So in this case, I used the designer website GPT, designer GPT. And I said, I need to create a website for a club with a bar and bowling green and restaurant, bistro and gaming room. It's located in Bathurst, 2,000 members. I like the color purple and mustard. And it said, it create the website for me, and it published the website live. So this isn't just me chatting inside the chatbot. Now we're looking at what's called agents that can go out and do things. They can make plane bookings and hotel bookings. They can create, they've taken it down. It was a test app, so I wasn't sure if it was going to keep it or not. So, but if you go into the designer GPT, it said there's a new version available. So I think I was running on an old version. I've got it bookmarked somewhere, but I can say design a website for a bakery or personal blog, create a website for a club with a bowling green and swimming pool, because I really, really want to jump in a pool right now. So I'm using this designer GPT. I've given it the instruction. I send it the message. And some of these little designer GPTs are going to come and go, but Shopify will launch one and WordPress will launch one, and then it'll be game over with regards to how quickly and easily people will be setting up 50 million spam websites. Although there's already scripts that do that. Great choice. Thanks, Designer GPT. So it's starting the action of creating the website. It's sending the instructions through to the website builder. Oh, it's coming back in, sorry. It's asking me to confirm that I'm happy for it to be sent out to an external site. There needs to be a lot more of this transparency with regards to agents, and I'll talk about that later. So it says it's now live. It's called it the Leisure Club website. It says, if I have any modifications or additional features, let me know. And then it says, if you can't click for any reason, just provide the link only and I will assist you. Here we go. So it's now, this is a live website. I'll put this into the chat. So you can click on it and you can see it's live, right? It's not just for me. It's chosen an image, I think, from Unsplash. Usually it's from Unsplash. Yeah, but it could have used DALL-E 3 to create the image. So it's got the bowling green and the swimming pool. Doesn't that look great? And then down here, you can put in your name and your email address and hit subscribe. You go to the subscribe newsletter. There's a privacy policy and terms and conditions, terms of service. And then we have an about page, contact page, and some other stuff. I didn't give it anything. Like, let's face it, out of all the prompts I could have given it, one line of, oh, we're a club and we've got a bowling green and a swimming pool. Not my best work. Just going to put it out there. Not Laurel's best work. But can you see a future where you built agents in to do things? Sorry?
So it's very powerful.
Very
powerful too.
I can't hear you. You're very faint.
All right. So maybe I will type, but I said,
powerful tool.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, sorry, I couldn't hear. I don't think. Okay.
I've clicked on the link and I've got different photos. I've got a photo of a street where it says bowling green. I've got a photo of a street. And then the pool is just water. So I'll put the link in the chat. Yeah.
Interesting.
My link is showing me inside the actual bowling club and the edge of a swimming pool.
So it's taking the prompt and regenerating it for you guys. That's interesting. That has both limitations but also possibilities. Because if the AI knows that I like roller skating, it'll show me the places to roller skate around the club. But if it knows that you like tennis, it'll show you the tennis courts. That's an interesting way of personalizing that. What I do want to say is don't look at what's happening today, because this is literally 14 to 21 days in, okay? Custom GPTs have been around in a nanosecond. You saw mine, it said you created it 3 weeks ago. I was literally the first person in Australia to create one. So it's new. Like, where will it be tomorrow? Now, if you're Shopify or your WordPress or your, what are those other ones that are always advertising on YouTube and they drive me bonkers? I can't remember. Like WordPress, like Shopify, they're called CMSs, content management systems. They'll just launch their little custom GPT. And so instead of getting in there and having to manually write out an about page and manually write out products pages and manually write out the sales pages and the landing pages and the competition pages and the polls pages and whatever, you just tell ChatGPT, do this, 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 and this, for 4 words, 10 sentences, 3 or 4 sentences, and it will create the website for you, talking to the service that you opt for. I want you to build this on WordPress. I want you to build this on Shopify. I want you to build this on whatever those annoying spammers are on YouTube.
Laurel, can I ask a question about these special GPTs?
Yep.
What with the parameters that you put into it, and I'm just dealing with this at a conceptual level, understanding software and IT. So are there any issues around privacy or compliance or any legal issues? I know this is all very new, but if you're putting in parameters to a special GPT around a domain of subject matter, a special body of knowledge, and it's used by a third-party user, and the information that you get out of it is wrong or not correct, or it's not fit for purpose, are there any legal or compliance issues around this?
Just the same ones with the outdated information on your website. You know, one of the things I did with a pharmaceutical company was we got all of the standard operating procedures going all the way back to the 1980s, put them into the AI. But the first question with it, like, don't publish this until you're ready, like keep it private, right. Test it. I think the first question I had them ask was, where are there documents where there's a direct contradiction? So this one says do this and this one says don't do that. Secondly, where is there a potential contradiction where it looks like it could be contradictory and needs to be clarified? And then the third one was, I think, to prioritize those from the most egregious examples of contravening regulatory around pharmaceutical stuff down to, well, this is a bit of a gray area. It wasn't very clear on this document. This document's clearer, but this one isn't. And that allowed us to test the procedures themselves. And, you know, coming back to Peter's issue, you never let AI pilot. It's always co-piloting. So I would put the normal caveats, the normal stuff on the AI. I would also make sure that it had the regulatory documents in there, big time, all of them. So for instance, my social media mentor one has the Advertising Standards Bureau and their indicators on social media. It has the that there's a thing with the stock exchange that if anything happens on social media that might impact your stock price, there's a regulation around that. You have to have that in there. So I've put all those regulations in because I'm telling you now, there's tons of social media people out there that don't know about those regulations and are not compliant. So there's always, for me, it's not the AI's issue, it's the human issue. So getting it to read all the documents, find the furphies, clarify them. Is it going to hallucinate? No, not if it's got lots of information. Hallucination comes from not enough information. If it does a catastrophic failure is where it ran out of tokens. So it's not going to do that. And we're looking at the moment around 3,000 words before it, and when it fails, it just fails. It says, I can't go on. It doesn't give you false information. It just says, I've run out of RAM, blue screen of death, restart. You know, it doesn't try to give you fake information. And we're looking at, I think it's 10,000 tokens are out or coming out in the next few weeks. And there's some tests out there to get us to 1 billion tokens. If you can write 1 billion words, good on you. Like, you're not going to have a failure anytime soon. So I'm more concerned about garbage in than I am about garbage out, is the too long didn't read answer to that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah, thank you.
If you're putting together a custom GPT that is going to help clients in finance, or you're the Australian Signals Director, or you're a healthcare provider, or you're this or you're that, you want to put the guardrails and the alignment into the AI, including all the regulatory information. You literally have, I asked ChatGPT, I think I said to you, I asked ChatGPT to create something in the style of Monet, and it said, no, I can't because copyright. However, I can do it in a post-impressionist, and then it gave me a style of Monet. But kept it very much within the general sphere of that. So I really would regard that people stay as the pilots and check everything. If I was working as a clerk in the law courts and I'm asked to do case study research, I might be able to do a lot more case study research. So I might be able to look after 100 cases instead of 10. with ChatGPT. But as the pilot, I would see it as my responsibility to be extremely thorough and professional and a perfectionist in checking, double checking, and triple checking everything that ChatGPT was doing, and clarify and correct and contextualize any answers I saw coming through that were wrong. So I'd be going back into the custom GPT, which you can do at any stage. Once you've created your custom GPT, where's my one? I just go in here and I click edit GPT and I add another document, or I add some more rules in, or I do something else to make sure that it clarifies. Now, a large company is not going to use these. They're going to install their own GPT on their own servers, and then they're going to fine tune it and test it and test it and test it and test it. And then they're going to publish something that looks like a custom GPT to stakeholders, whether they're internal staff or whether they're clients or whether they're joint venture business partners or whatever it is. And, you know, that I think that's a given. That's why Llama's released all their stuff as open source for corporates and government. I am concerned, but I do think it's because we've been very ad hoc with our regulatory compliance, and now we can't be.
Laurel,
Janine, just a second. Janine, you're right. It was Squarespace I was thinking of. And yes, Squarespace will, if they've not already, will launch a GPT on the GPT store, you know, in 3, 2, 1, go. Like it's coming in the next couple of weeks. I guarantee you Squarespace will have one. And that API means you fill it in on ChatGPT and it sends the instructions through and it does the handshake into Squarespace, and so that Squarespace can build the website based on ChatGPT's instructions. So I go on. Somebody else had a question?
Yeah, Laurel, just a question. So just for clarification, what's the objective of writing or building these special GPTs, and what's the value proposition for the user?
Oh, okay, I thought I'd gone through those. So yes, for the teachers, like I showed the homework one, this is putting up the whole semester's workload,
right,
so that students can query, you know, compare and contrast Alexander's military battle strategies with modern military warfare, something like that. Give it to me in key points so I can start exploring it further and write an essay on it. For HR, they can put up all their HR policies,
right,
and then have, instead of staff going to the HR website and going, oh, I want to know if I'm going to get paid for this holiday. Do I go to holidays? Do I go to payments? And it's very taxonomic, so they have to struggle through menus and submenus. Or they do a search, but they search for holidays and they should have searched for vacation.
right.
So
okay.
it's not using a semantic AI to really try and understand the question. You know, that ability to go in and go, am I going to be paid for Australia Day? The ChatGPT knows it's about salaries and vacation and public holidays. It knows all the keywords because of this, the way it does keyword clustering around the tokens. Anyway, another case, I'm telling you now, every high school student out there is doing this already. They've stopped reading in an analog way, which is I'm going to start at the beginning of the paper or the book and get to the end of the paper or the book. I'm going to upload the book and start querying it. Like, what are the key points of this book? What are some things that might be missed? They're going to start doing everything in a digital way. I've got an idea. What a fabulous idea. Why don't you guys take 5 minutes to mentally, not physically, create a custom GPT and bring it back to me? And what I'm going to do, because some of you have been very quiet, is I'm going to put you in breakout rooms for just 5 minutes. I just want you to discuss amongst yourselves what would be a fun or educational or informative custom GPT that you would either like to see out there or that you would like to have your organization create. So let me go into the breakout rooms. I'll just do 2 breakout rooms. It's fine. We only need 2 feedbacks. and then off you pop.
Laurel, I came back because I couldn't hear anybody in the breakout room.
Oh, why's that? That's weird. Which one were you in? Do you know? Let me have a look. Can you hear me?
Let me try. I'll leave and then I'll come.
Yeah.
I'll rejoin the Zoom. That might fix it.
Okay. Now, can you hear me? Okay. No, can't hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay. I can hear you as well. Listen, I'm bringing them back in a minute, so
Okay.
we'll get to hear together what they came up with. It's just
But
a
I would have
little
said
exercise
the one that I
to-
would have said would have been creating policies and procedures. I hate writing procedures
Around-
for policy.
around what area?
Oh, just anything. So I work across operations, and so I'm forever writing procedures streaming from various policies. So what you were showing before about in the council thing was very
Yeah.
interesting to me, because I could just go, all of these, just write me something and then I can figure it out from there. But yeah.
Now, one of the things I'm doing with the RBA is I'm having ChatGPT read all of RBA's documents, and then I'm asking
Okay.
it for the structure of those documents. And
Yeah.
then I can say, given these numbers or given this economic information, because it's sort of a sub-passion of mine, I want you to write an RBA document. So if you see any fake news coming out from the RBA in the future, it wasn't me.
All right.
But, you could say, here's all our policy documents, write me a policy for 2024, but include these 5 points.
Yeah, yeah. And I do use ChatGPT a bit. So I write position descriptions and things like that. I find it really interesting for position descriptions because it pulls them from various things.
All right, let me bring the guys in.
Yeah, there's some that are really cool. I use it as a starting point, not just the end.
Okay, they've got 1 minute to. Yeah, I never use ChatGPT for everything, but if I've got a blank page, I'm like, oh, I have to write a course on Microsoft Copilot. I literally do, actually. And I know my stuff, but where do I start?
Yeah.
And first of all, I have it ask me questions, and it's going to say, well, who are your students? I'm like, well, they know Microsoft, but they don't know Copilot.
Yeah.
Okay. well, how about you have these 10 things? And the first thing I do is I argue with ChatGPT. No, but the arguing is what gets the juices flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes you just need that
disagree. Of course,
starting
I'm not going to do
paragraph.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to do X, Y, and Z instead.
Exactly. And procedures are so very pointed to each organization that you kind of have to give it that target to be able to get it to write properly.
Yes. But if it has all the other procedures, then it can write new procedures in the same style.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
assuming that the base model is correct.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it happens in a lot of disciplines.
Hey, yeah. Everybody back? Yep, good. Okay, so I need someone from at least one of the rooms, there were 2 rooms, to tell me what kind of ideas you came up with.
I'll speak because Michelle did it for our room and she was very kind to us all because a lot of us in our room weren't able to access it. So Michelle said we could have one.
Wait, only 3 people told me they couldn't access it at the time.
Oh, well, I'll just tell you what happened in our room. And Michelle was kind enough to jump in. We could use it for awkward moments like this when we don't know what to say to each other.
Okay, so how would that work?
Well, poor Michelle, she did lay the line down, and then Cephas jumped in and gave us some examples as well about just some general questions about will it reduce people's ability to read, and will it impact their overall ability to learn and things like that. So we had a bit of a general conversation too.
Simone, you should do it from our group. You had a great idea.
Okay, we were a construction company. Well, we are a construction company, so we've got all the changes coming through with the NCC, and there's a lot of meetings at work about, okay, so what are the new rules around this and that, and we can all go away and research all the documents and find all the answers, but it'd be good to just chuck it all into one big ChatGPT that could maybe search a database and give you the definitive answer. But then the other lady, sorry, I've forgotten the name, brought up the Australian standards as well, and how just incorporating that, it was Janine, into that. And I guess there's the cost that everyone has to have individually for Australian standards versus how, as just as their own company, if we pay for this, just coming to that right answer for that one technical question. So that was sort of my thing that I looked up as well to see if there was something, and someone has created one, but it just goes around in circles and doesn't give you the answer and just tells you to go back to the NCC and read it. Yeah.
There's going to be lots of very, very average custom GPTs, and I would liken them to free apps for your iPhone. There's a lot of crap on the App Store.
Yeah. And sorry, also Janine was talking herself about the free legal aid and people with basic questions about fines in all different states. I don't know, Janine, if you want to explain that better, but just having sort of a database that people can go to and, know what the answer is without having to pay for legal.
So mine is more of a process orientated one. So for example, if you get a traffic fine in Western Australia and you can't pay it before the date, you have to you have to default, and then you go into the find defaulters, and then you can start a payment plan. To know that, just some of those simple things. Or if you in Western Australia, if you've got a consumer issue, you have to write a letter first, and then you can lodge stuff. And those are those sort of really simple legal questions. And often someone, there's someone on a talkback radio who people wait, and then they get on talkback radio and speak to a lawyer, and they give them generic advice. And so it's that sort of community legal generic advice before a lawyer gets hold of it and makes people pay for advice that is simple but is process orientated. Would that work?
I love that one. And I was reading the papers out of Open Research and the University of Minnesota. I think it's called GPTs for GPTs. And Open Research is OpenAI's research arm. So it's an academic paper where they looked at the exposure rubric of tens of thousands of jobs. Which jobs are the most impacted by GPTs? And lawyers is up there. And a lot of it, I didn't realize how much pro forma work there is in law, where you basically have the same piece of paper.
Well, and the other option thing in Australia is that we have different stuff. So for probate is easy, but Western Australian Supreme Court has made it difficult. So if you can go and look at the Victorian forms, you can sort of work out how to do it, and it becomes easy. But that's if you have to do administration. And so yeah, if you're smart enough, you can work out how to do stuff. You just need to know some portals to take you there. That's,
For those of you that are into this kind of thing, I think this site's interesting. It's called donotpay.com. And it was actually called, it used a lot about be your own lawyer, and then the courts tried to block it, and then a judge allowed it, and it got into a big mess.
Oh, yeah.
So it's changed it now to your AI consumer champion, which is really what I guess a lawyer maybe should be, or your AI consumer mentor, something like that.
Yeah,
Fight and I do parking tickets,
that's right.
bank fees.
Yeah. I do think there's critical.
And as you go down, it's an AI, and so and I think somebody who created an Australian version of this and put it up in custom GPTs. And I will say that these custom GPTs, and I'm sorry that some of you couldn't access it. Like I said, I don't know why OpenAI hides the thing that might sell people into buying it. But, if you end up committed to using AI in the future, or it becomes part of your job, you'll be given access to these. They're going to offer these for sale. So I would see maybe a big legal entity putting together a GPT on these, like appeal parking fines tickets in WA, and then selling that GPT, and then people know they just pay a couple of dollars, $5-10 or something for access to this specific one, and then they pay another $5 for something else and something else and something else, and that low end stuff gets sorted pretty quickly. I think for whoever it was, Peter or somebody asked me earlier, you would definitely have to put a caveat in there of this is general legal information. It's not to be considered advice. And the same with finance, and the same with health and everything else.
You don't want to have people have to pay for stuff that they could have access to if they just knew how to navigate government websites and those sort of stuff.
If it's a format and the lawyer does a digital version of flicking through, pulling one out and changing the person's name, the date and time of the parking fine and sending it off, you know what, buddy, I can do that. Or I'll pay you $5 a month for access to your custom GPT so that I can be mentored through making those changes to that document by a GPT lawyer.
Yeah, there's a whole
I don't necessarily not want to pay people for skilled stuff, but I definitely don't want to pay them for unskilled stuff that anybody could do, including me. I do want to remind you that the free version gets you so far. And it reminds me of when people used to complain in the very early days of social media about reviews, product reviews. But what it did was it raised the consumer intelligence so that when you walked into JB Hi-Fi, you could say, I've looked up 5 printers on the net. This is the one I'm interested in, as opposed to walking into JB Hi-Fi and saying, tell me what printers you have. I think that puts everybody in a better position. Your conversion is much quicker. The customer's much happier because they've already kind of know what they want. And you could now say that democratization of that product information, which never used to be available online, now is now going across into custom GPT. GPTs as well. I definitely want one for Bunnings. I want to be able to go to a Bunnings app and say, I need waterproof paint that does XYZ, and for it to give me proper advice rather than just the most expensive premium paint they can find. What was your other one? So somebody else had one, or was that both groups?
Laurel, I had one. That is to develop a custom GPT to provide assistance and advice on bridging the gap between cybersecurity risk management and enterprise risk management. Because I work in both fields, and this has been a problem for a long time and will remain so, where cybersecurity, which is a pretty important thing and very topical, is generally run by the techs, and the techs generally can't talk to the board members. So there's a big gap between the tech and the governance. And that I do that as a consultant to help my clients, but I'm thinking of building a custom GPT to assist my clients and having a tool as part of that, and there are a lot of laws, and there are a number of standards. You know, there's the Australian standards, the international standards, NIST, GDPR for privacy, and a whole lot of legal stuff in there. But boards are struggling to get their heads around all this cyber security stuff, and the techs are struggling to have a conversation with board directors and C-suite. So
yes, and that, you know, the business analysts and the tech analysts and stuff often sits in the middle of there trying to communicate with both sides. And yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think that's a good use. Do you think it's possible that you could have something like this? It doesn't have to be custom GPTs, but I want you to think about it for your organization, where, as an example, the marketing department could put up all the marketing information across all the channels they've been publishing, their marketing strategy, and specifically to get the custom GPT to learn their voice, and then keep the custom GPT in-house, and anybody, a field office or somewhere else, can speak within the voice of that franchise or that larger group. And, you know, they could say something like, I need to put up a post on Facebook about a new product we've got coming out. This is the new product information. Please write something in our voice. And that way it would keep everybody, what's the word? It's like, I remember when marketing departments had to lock down PowerPoint presentations, because if sales created their own PowerPoint presentation, it was all like lime green and yellows, and that wasn't the corporate colors, or it didn't use the words that they wanted to use and they wanted to reiterate and reinforce. So you can actually create a GPT, specifically now that GPTs can create PowerPoint presentations. And you can say, if anybody wants a PowerPoint presentation, and you put in the custom instructions, the hex colors, the brand colors, and things like that. So everything is generated in a kind of a, you know, fairly uniform way, not super uniform, not too rigid, but reasonably rigid. That's another use for the person that was asking about case studies and uses. Also have a think about creating one, getting it ready so that it can be sold. You don't have to be an app developer. You saw how simple it was. But if you like playing heavy metal ukulele music, you could create a custom GPT on how to play the ukulele and heavy metal music. I don't know any heavy metal songs, or I'd name one, but there you go. All right, let's take a 15-minute break. It's 2:30. If you have any questions on GPTs, please let me know. I'm just going to check and try and find out if there's another way to get into that GPT store if you don't have GPT Plus. We are at that point in the game where I have to talk about paid for services, even if you don't have access to that paid for service. But hopefully at least seeing some of the examples that the mixologist one, the local government one, and some of the others has given you some ideas about how this might work if you did have the paid for service. For those of you that that already have the paid for service, you can have as many GPTs as you want. So if you want to do 3 for work and 3 for hobbies, that's all good. If you don't understand how NRL is played, you can put up all the rules and the documents and all the latest statistics and the game results and who's playing, and I don't know what goes into an NRL game. Put it all together, send it to me so I can learn what the NRL is all about. I won't pay any attention, but send it to me anyway. All right, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Go and get a nice cool drink, and we're in the rundown into strategy and a couple of other things in the last short period of time after the tea break. 15 minutes from now. Just back early in case anybody has any questions. Sorry? If you have any questions, let me know. Anything that we've covered so far that you like clarification on or you've had to think about? We are in the countdown down to beer o'clock and wine o'clock, if that's your style. I have a question for you guys. I'm not going to ask ChatGPT or Google. I'm trying to book a hotel for the end of the month, and it's nearly $2,000 for 2 nights at crappy hotels. We're not talking Madison here. So I think something's on. Is it Mardi Gras? I looked and I thought Mardi Gras was March, and I'm going to be in town like the 26th of Feb in Sydney. I can't believe that the little hotels I normally pay $150 a night for are $750 a night. What's going on? That's outrageous.
I'm not sure what's happening in Sydney. Like I live in Sydney,
Oh,
but
Taylor
I haven't heard of
Swift.
anything. Is it?
Right. Somebody said Taylor Swift, Sharon said. Why would people want to go and see Taylor Swift when they can come and see me? Okay, don't answer that. Yeah, I think it must be Taylor Swift. My business partner's trying to find hotels today. She's going, holy crap. She doesn't swear.
I only know that because we were looking at running a workshop in Sydney on the 27th of February and the hotel prices are insane. So we've guessed that it's either Taylor Swift or Mardi Gras.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people coming in from Queensland and they're like, oh, we need to know blah, blah, exact stuff. And I went, oh yeah, I'll get to you in the next couple of days. No, we need to know now. And I'm like, okay. And then I realized prices are just, they should be regulated like Uber are. You know how Uber can't charge more in a crisis and Qantas are not allowed to quadruple rates, you know, if you're in a country where there's a war going on. I should do the same thing with hotels when Taylor Swift comes to town. Not fair. Anyway, I want to show you guys something because I want to show you that I do know what I'm talking about. I promise. This is my free account for ChatGPT. It says here, upgrade your plan free. Your current plan is free, right? And then when I come out of it, it has explore GPTs and create a GPT. And when I click on explore GPTs, go away, it gives me the directory of the GPTs. So I don't understand. I do understand, okay? I think what's happened is this is so new. It's like 20 days old that there's a thing that happens on the internet which is called propagation, which means it gradually gets rolled out to every user. And I think somebody showed me an error message which said GPTs are being rolled out because it doesn't, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. This is like the Apple App Store saying you can't look at apps unless you buy the app first, like, or something like that. It's just too weird. So this is definitely my free version. Obviously, there's no prices yet because they haven't set up all the escrow and stuff you have to do when you monetize apps, but it's coming.
I get that page there on my free version of ChatGPT, but when you click to go into any of them, it says you need to sign up.
No, you can't go into them because you need to sign up. Yes,
Yeah,
so you can't
but
actually go
I see that page with them all listed
and use them.
Yeah.
Just being able to have a quick look and see what's available and click see more. But some people weren't getting this at all.
I don't want to do that.
They didn't have.
Can you just go away for a minute? I want to.
Left. And it said, sorry, what was that? All right, so that's the GPTs. The last couple of bits, there's two things I want to cover between now and like say 4 o'clock where we'll be looking at wrapping up. One is downloading a model and running it on your hard drive. And this might be something that your company decides to put on a server somewhere in the organization, locked up away from the internet, only available on the enterprise. Or for me, if I'm on a long haul flight, I can keep working with AI while I'm in airplane mode. So let me show you a couple of things. If you go to gptforall.io, I'll put these in chat. I'm almost certain they're all in the document one. I'm not sure about LM Studio, but the others are. Choose whether you want to download it to Windows, Mac, or Linux. And I have a Mac, so I installed it on my Mac. And this is an interface. I'll just get it booted up. That lets me put a folder. I have my own documents on my laptop and I'm running the GPT in airplane mode, and it doesn't need the internet to access anything, internet and everything. I just want to run it like locally, you know. I don't want to have to worry about privacy and security and all that rubbish. So let me bring the GPT-4all over. Nope, don't want the latest version. When I, so this is actually an application on my hard drive. You can see that it's not a browser. It's not running in Chrome. It's not connected to the internet. This is something that's downloaded and installed. When I go to downloads, it says, what would you like, which AI model would you like to install? And they all look scary, but the main thing you just need to check is the download size. So there is, for instance, a Mistral, which is the largest, most powerful AI of this type yet developed, but it will take up every little gigabyte you have on your hard drive to run it. So you probably don't want that one on your normal. I've got a MacBook Air that's pink, so I'm not going to put the big ones on that one. GPT for all Falcon is a good model. GPT 3.5, GPT 4. With those, you will need internet access because you'll need the OpenAI key to approve it. And then we have Hermes, Wizard, and I think the Facebook one, Llama, is on here as well. So what this does is let you download everything. No, I don't want to do that. And then up here, it's trying to load because it wants me to do the updates, but they take too long for me to do. And every time I run the course, I check everything. And then halfway through the day, everything changes. But so I would have to update everything. And then I put in my prompt down here, and I would ask the local running model for answers. And I store my documents. For instance, I have all my training workbooks, all my exercises and worksheets and things like that in a folder called workbooks. And I can add folders so that I can query everything on my hard drive. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Apple, for instance, are bringing a GPT inside, which is the term everybody uses these days, into their Apple devices so that your search in the future shouldn't be taxonomic. You should just be able to boot up a little interface and say, oh, I don't know, find and summarize all the documents I've ever written that are about courseware on how AI integrates with finance, something like that. And it knows everything on your hard drive and then can give you summaries and links to your documents and things like that. And then you can say, okay, go and update those documents for me and it'll do it. So it's pretty cool. So that's GPT for all. With others, so let me just go back to this one here. So GPT for all, download it and then choose whether you want to run GPT-4 or GPT-3 or Llama or something else. Let's get you out of there. LM Studio is something similar. It's actually probably better, but it's going to suit somebody who's more technical. So with GPT for all, you literally download an app, install it, choose a couple of models to play with, point to a folder, use this folder for all my documents, and you're off and running. With LM Studio, this is for the people in the course who are comfortable with using Hugging Face to download other bits and bobs. So it's kind of cool. I like it. And then there's an image creator called Diffusion Bee. And Diffusion Bee, for me, runs on my Mac, but it's Stable Diffusion. If you've not heard of Stable Diffusion, it's probably the most popular free open source AI image generator. And so, and it's fun. I'm going to tell you now, it's a lot of fun because I can sit for hours and have it create cartoon cats and penguins surfing and all kinds of stuff. If there's ever an excuse to waste time, it's creating meme images using Diffusion Bee. So Diffusion Bee, again, can you see that it's not running on the internet? So you could literally upload your company's images under model, a default library. They call it a model, but it's really a tensor or safe tensor. So you can upload this kind of suite of images and call it, you know, Coca-Cola branding here, or, you know, Telstra branding, and then say, choose one of these. Now I've got 2 Tensors or 2 libraries, portfolios, I guess they are. Open Journey is science fiction and fantasy, and Deliberate is photorealistic, like a camera. If I go into styles, I can say war photography, or in the style of, now this is interesting, Monet, in spite of the fact that you're not allowed to use Monet until he's been dead 100 years. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. But I would be very careful with which of these you chose. You'd probably be all right with Vincent van Gogh, but the others not so much. Wes Anderson, probably not. And there's lots of different libraries you can download and install so that you can have lots of different styles in a fantasy style with women warriors. And I'll choose Open Journey. And now it will create my images for me. And again, not connected to the internet, absolutely only connected locally on my hard drive. While you might want, it's actually not too bad. I mean, it's fast. Oh, it went to the history. Let me go back. So this is stuff, steampunk stuff. Anyway, still generating it. While it's doing that, just a reminder, these local apps are no different than using DALL-E 3 or Midjourney, except it's in-house, it's private, it's secure. It's not going to publish all of your images somewhere where you don't want them published. It's something that you could use in the enterprise, in the company, in the government department, and keep it locked down so that only people that have access to that AI chatbot interface onto the model can actually create images in that brand's colors and that brand style and brand everything else. Angelique, more than likely, yes. Downloading AI models is not something the IT department's ever going to approve. Well, not soon anyway. Just leave that running for a moment. So then my challenge is that if you were to write an AI strategy, which I think was on the curriculum for this course, and you just know when you walk in the office on Monday, everybody's going to say, oh, you did the AI course. You can write the strategy for the organization, or you can help us write the strategy for the organization. So I want to cover a few key features about what that looks like. I think I need to close some of these AI things because they're generating an awful lot of. I will say when I use them and nothing else. Like I've only got a little laptop, so I'm going to be very careful with that. Let me just close that. We'll come back to that later. Let's go through, and this is 6 slides. And I'm sorry, it is the most boring part of the day because, you know, strategy. But we'll be okay. We'll get through it together. And Angelique, this is the sort of thing that you need to talk to the IT guys about if you want to get permission to download, because they're going to ask you the questions that need to go in the strategy document. So the first thing is to know is which model you want access to. So, oh, I want access to Facebook Meta's Llama. I want access to Microsoft OpenAI's GPT. I want access to Google's Bard, Palm, Genesis, Medical, whatever AI you want from them. Then the algorithm is I need these particular programs and I need these data sets. And typically, you know, if I want to create a folder you don't want people just creating a folder and downloading all employee data and sticking it in the AI. Not so much because the AI is going to learn, because we know with GPT it doesn't. But I would be concerned about it being shared around. And I don't necessarily want customer service querying how much senior managers are being paid for their jobs. So I want to have some kind of guardrails in place to make sure the data sets and the algorithms are allocated to the correct people to have access to. Not so much that the AI knows or doesn't know, but that the AI knows or doesn't know, knows to say, no, you can't have that information. We need to set the temperature, or to at least have scalable temperature. Why? Because sometimes we need facts and sometimes we need it to be intelligent. And then some additional resources. So the algorithm data sets, I mentioned that data sets are the ingredients of the data. And I want you to think about, do you want your organization to put all the human resources records in there? And could that cause an issue? But then how could it help you see patterns of behavior? So there's always a win-loss with regards to data sets of whether you should use it or not. Credit card rating of customers and other stakeholders. My health records. So my health, a lot of people walked away from my health because of the security issues around those data sets. And then you have something like, and I want to be clear here, the NHS in England, which is the Department of Health for England, for the UK, got caught selling the health data for the NHS, for the Department of Health, not once, but twice. Once is a mistake, twice is deliberate. And they sold it, not just anonymized data, but Laurel Papworth, here's her phone number, here's her email address, this is her physical location, here's her medical history. And they sold it to health insurance companies and others. Why does my employer need to know that I had a migraine in 2004? I don't know, but that's what they were selling. So we don't have a lot of regulations around that, and we need to, particularly for AI. Data sets, social media profiles, and the content. So as an example, Instagram have said nobody else is allowed to have the Instagram content for their AI. It can only be used in Facebook Meta's Llama model. In other words, they own our data. Census data, customer click history, stock market data, and a USB stick of Westpac's hack data, which I can sell you for $5.99. I'm being facetious. But always remember, whenever there's hacks, often the data is worth more than, for instance, trying to create fake accounts which get cancelled straight away and things like that. Like, there's a lot of value in the data. So when you take the data, then you want to add the algorithms, which is the program or the recipe that runs on top. So the search algorithm, search uses the data and then has a program to make sense of that data. A health diagnosis comes from the data, but it's the program itself that makes the health diagnosis. So I've done a bit of work in health AI, and there's some really interesting innovations around MRIs and EMRIs and things like that. So keep an eye out for health data sets and health algorithms to lead towards health diagnosis. Netflix is a terrible recommendation engine. I think that's the weakest area. Navigation and maps. You know, the data set might be something like there's a traffic light at the end of the street, there's a crosswalk over there, there's a school there, and there's roadworks there. But they're just data points. The algorithm is when you say, please show me the quickest way to take the kids to school, and it navigates you because it knows there's traffic jams and roadworks and things like that. So the algorithm puts the data sets together in a meaningful way. Sentiment or favorability analysis. I've done quite a lot of work in there, and I found it very interesting that AI was able to pick up on sarcasm way before certain family members of mine do. I can be pretty sarcastic, and it's always kind of like, you missed it, didn't you? But AI often is very clever and able to pick up on sarcasm. Well, that's just great, isn't it? It's not a positive comment. Facial object recognition, credit scoring. So it has the credit data, now it can do the scoring, and language translation. So look, I'll put this up on the video. You guys can have a look at it, but I'm aware of the fact that time is marching on, and I don't expect all of you to be that interested in how to write the IT part of the strategy for AI, but these things are super important. You definitely need to take note of this if you're in the IT, technology, engineering area of AI, but maybe the marketing department's not so interested. I think this is critical. What I'm proposing here is that, and lots of AI have it already, but that we have nutrition labels so we know what's inside the box. So if you're going to use ChatGPT, I want to see the label that tells me what it was trained on. Yes, it was trained on the pile. But as an example, with the pile, they just had to remove one of the, I think they've got 80 models, because the person had trained that model on a whole lot of books that they weren't allowed to train it on. So they had to remove it. Temperature's going through the roof again. So let's have a look at this. Don't worry, it's not too boring, it's just 3 more slides. Model cards is an overview of the machine learning model. And I really want to know its declared purpose, because as a patient, I might say, look, my health data, I'm fine with it going into the hospital AI, or I'm fine with it going to the GP AI. But no, I don't want my employer. I don't want Qantas, and I don't want Woolworths, and I don't want all the others to know my health data. Why do they need it? So I need to know the declared purpose for that model. Architecture of the model. So we don't know how GPT-4 is built. We suspect that it's built on 8 different models smashed together. But without knowing that architecture, we can't possibly start to manage some of the things you guys have brought up today, like hallucinations, privacy. Has it been pre-trained on certain things or other things? And how do we put the guardrails in place? None of this is transparent. I will say OpenAI published their model cards and then took them down when they went into the court cases. So there you go. Nothing to worry about there. What is the training data? What data sets did it get trained on? The performance metrics. What are the limitations of this model? Where should it be used and when should it not be used? Like, should ChatGPT be used for neurosurgery, or is it really just good for marketing stuff? And then the ethical considerations. So has it been fine-tuned around racism and misogyny and different things like that? The system cards is the technical side. What is the security of the system? If I start doing stuff with ChatGPT or any other system, is everything secure? Or am I going to run into trouble as a company or even as just a user in general? What hardware does it run on? Latency and delays, these are kind of standard things for AI. And the scalability is an issue. Also, why can't we have, what are those things on the fridge called? It's like a sticker and it has five stars. Is it eco rating or something? Like if I'm using an AI that is single-handedly destroying the planet, and they can by using a lot of power, I need to know that. I need to limit my usage of that AI if it's going to, cause us a few issues further down the line. So what's the energy consumption and the environmental impact? And I know you're probably thinking, well, I don't have any control over that. But I think if you knew, like, for instance, that Bard was 1,000 times, used 1,000 times more energy than ChatGPT, you might be thinking, maybe I need to use Bard less. And then the last part is the data sheets for data sets. So this is what's being fed into the AI. What were the data collection methods? Did somebody go around selling data that they shouldn't have? And I want you to remember that we sign, when we sign up, we tick a box which says we agree to terms and conditions, which often means things like there's a line in there which says your data may be shared with third-party partners. So Fitbit offered to sell Fitbit data to Qantas about their staff so that Qantas could monitor the health of their staff. I don't know what they were thinking. Qantas went, oh, we don't think HR would like that. Gee, no kidding. How would you feel about Fitbit selling your jog this morning, or the fact you didn't do one, back to your employer? I'd be concerned. So I need to know that this stuff is available. I need to be able to see it. Data cleaning and pre-processing steps. Peter, that was your question, I think, around checking everything. The distribution of different kinds of data within the data set, like is this all white males or is there diversity and all kinds of things? Any known limitations or biases in the data? And I will actually, I want to show you that these are publicly available so that you don't get the idea. What's Facebook's one called? This one. I'll put this in. This is actually in your resources. Energy rating. Thanks, Janine. Janine, I go a bit loopy towards the end of the day, like loopier than normal. So I really appreciate you having my back, okay? So this is for machine learning applications. I always found it interesting that social media people would tell me that, oh, nobody knows what goes on in the algorithm. And I'm like, they literally publish the algorithm data sets, but on their engineering site, they don't publish it on the marketing site. So if you're a marketing person, you have to go digging into the technical documentation, but it's still pretty readable. So these are the 22 system cards, so model cards or nutrition labels, like how many carbs and sugars have. Sorry? What was that? Okay, 22 system cards on how AI powers the experience. And as you go down, it's explaining what system cards and data sheets and all those things are. They want people to understand it. And once we get into the actual system cards, let me just get to them. Is it the bottom of this page or the bottom of the other one? View system cards. And I just want to remind you, when you buy a pack of Tim Tams and you look at the nutrition label and it tells you how many carbs, how many sugars, how many calories, you go, I'm never looking at that nutrition label again, and you eat them anyway. And I imagine that's the same that people would do if they did know what was inside the AI. But I still think we should have the right to know. I don't know, that's just me. You can go into the Facebook or the Instagram section, and you can have a look and see how the news feed algorithm ranks things, and go in and analyze and try and understand, yeah, what the different, I think there's 80,000 data sets that these kind of news feeds look at. And really, this is my background. This is an area that I did a lot of work in for many, many years. So I'm familiar with story types, I'm familiar with lexicon, I'm familiar with a lot of the stuff that goes into how the AI puts together the algorithms and the data sets to decide what content you're going to see on social media. So it's a behavioral thing, it's a semantic thing, it's a recommendation engine, it's all those kind of things. Google publishes their cards. OpenAI actually does have the cards still published, but you have to go into the more technical sites like Hugging Face and download the research papers, as opposed to having the nice, simple text classifier cards that used to be up there. My recommendation going forward is, if today's course is a lot about ChatGPT and DALL-E 3 and Bing, and I'm trying to keep us focused on that because that's where everything's at. But we're a heartbeat away from AI being implemented in the organization. And if a vendor comes knocking and says, we want to put AI in, a finance AI or a HR AI or something like that, first of all, know that it's all free because you can download them for free. But there is value in the data sets and the fine tuning and all the training and the other stuff that goes into it. So if they are actually adding value, good on them, go with it. Ask them for the nutrition labels. What did they train that AI model on? Because if it's found out that Coca-Cola is using a model that includes finance information that was come by inappropriately, it's Coca-Cola that'll get sued. Like, yes, it'll be the vendor as well, but so will the customers of that vendor. So there is high risk in not having a nutrition label. And because there's no regulation around it, these nutrition labels, model cards, system cards, data sheets are not ingrained. Like, it's like going into a shop and buying a pack of cigarettes and a pack of Tim Tams and not having any labels on them. Like, we need them. We need these labels. We need the regulations to say we need the labels. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of dodgy stuff going on. It's going on in my eye. I personally would put these cards, these system cards that I just showed you, the Google ones, the Facebook ones, whatever, I would put them on chain, which means that they're on blockchain, so that they cannot be taken out and given a boozy lunch to hide something or change something. I'm sure that companies never do that, like maybe, I don't know, PricewaterhouseCoopers. But you want to make sure that whether it's a robo-debt or any system, that it is absolutely audited. And AI, if it's on chain, just goes, I can't do that. Computer says no, stop. Which means you can't go against regulations. You can't go against policies. That is all locked down, and the AI cannot finagle around that. It won't allow any changes. So when I'm writing my strategy and I'm using those specific slides of system cards, model cards, and data sheets, I'm trying to give people an idea about where they can get their data from and where they can't. And I think it was either Peter or Fernando or someone said, well, how do you know? And I said, it's the garbage in that concerns me, not the garbage out. So I want to know that whoever's in charge of the ingesting part and the fine-tuning part of the AI, whether it's the IT department or someone else, that they absolutely understand the policies of what's allowed in and what's not. Because this isn't like putting documents up online that you can take down later. It's actually really, really hard to untrain an AI. Have you ever had the experience of swearing in front of children and then trying to get them to unswear when they go to school? No, of course not. You guys would never swear in front of your children. I don't believe that you ever would do that. But you can probably understand what I'm talking about. So think of AI that way, that it got given a whole lot of information it shouldn't have been. And then you're like, please don't use that information. Please don't use that information. Like, how do you get that back out of that neural network? Because it's in here now, right? It's in its brain. So it's really difficult. That's your life with young kids now. Stop swearing in front of them. Or you just say to them, do as I say, don't do as I do. That works so well because it's monkey see, monkey do. Any question on that section? I covered you can go to a few sites to download private models, which means you can put them on a server or you can run them on your MacBook Air, as long as it's a pink one. I also talked about what nutrition labels, Tim Tam labels would look like for AI, and then the importance of making sure that stuff is transparent so that your company doesn't get walked into a court case sooner rather than later. Any questions on that?
Oh, Laurel, yeah, I have a question for you, and it's multidimensional, and that is this raises a huge issue around privacy and breaches of laws, not only in Australia but around the world, that have all got privacy laws in place, jurisdictions like the US and Europe and Australia. And the other key issue is that of data poisoning of the model by hackers or people who have nefarious means and
yeah, what's that? There's a new one around images. Yeah. I just need you to check something here, because this data has been gone for a long time. Like, I've worked in AI for a long time, and whenever we talk about big data and large companies like Axiom, Epsilon, Datalogix, Quantium, the Australian one, they've had access to our data in ways that we haven't understood for a long time. And the government is one of the biggest users of that data. So if you look at the government's big data policies and what their budget is around big data, they're using that data. And they'll use things like fear in order to make sure that data is available. So, you know, as an example, computer vision was implemented in airports to stop terrorists. Qantas was funded part of that, and then Qantas got that put into their systems so they could do facial recognition, which was then on-sold into other tools. So I walk across the floor of a hotel, and by the time I get to the counter, the system's already identified who I am and what my latest Facebook status update was about. That's pretty standard. That's been around for at least 10 years. I do think the democratization of AI with ChatGPT is making people realize, and for them to be more personally concerned, so that they start to realize every time they use their everyday rewards card, where that data goes. So, for instance, the Friday night shop at the supermarket, or the DWS, Dan Murphy's, or at the service station, or wherever, that Friday night shop data set, it's actually used in health data to determine the likeliness of the health of the person. And not without justification. There's definitely correlation between what you buy on a Friday night shop versus your health. So for those of you that are buying beer and licorice bullets and pizza on Friday nights, yeah, your data set's not real healthy there. Even if you eat salads a week, which is unfair. It's always been out there. I want us to get back control of it. Imagine if you had control of every single time your piece of data was released, but it was as simple as an on-chain click of a button verification, which says the defined purpose for the release of my health data was for it to go to health systems, not to any other systems. And then that was all controlled by an AI, so that there was no leakage into the big data brokers. Does that make sense?
It does, but I still have, it still for me raises concerns about breaches of PII that can be contained in these models. But the other thing is the data poisoning as well, which is happening now around the world with a lot of these very specialized LLMs and layered products or applications. I don't know if you're familiar with the one in the States just this week, and it was a product or a function they called glazing. And glazing is where artists around the world are really concerned about their artworks being plagiarized through AI. And
they can make the AI think it's a dog, and it's not. Yeah.
Well, it's more about actually taking an artist's work and reproducing it and breaching copyright essentially, and using that for their own purposes. And so researchers at Boston University came up with a product they called glazing, and allows digital artists to put in pixelated data points.
It doesn't overlay, and it gives the impression of it being something else and not their actual art. Every time we use AI to break this, we're training the AI on how to identify it. So I wouldn't give that more than 3 months before the AI is caught up and can recognize it. Just to give you an idea, 9MSN kept blocking Google bots from coming in and scraping its site. And Google kept getting around the bots and scraping the site anyway, and it kept going on and on and on and on. And then eventually Google sent 9MSN a big basket of goodies and said, thank you for training our AI. So there's the AI is able to overcome AI super quick. Like that's an issue. I have another issue around copyright. So just on the flip side, I understand poor little artists. Having worked with the large record companies and movie companies, I'm less concerned about them. What I would also say is academic papers that are taxpayer funded get locked up, and even the researcher doesn't get any money for it. And in fact, not even the university does. So just ignore the trickle-down effect. And those papers get locked up, and it's extremely expensive to access human knowledge because the academic papers are not publicly available. And if somebody was to put that into an LLM, I think that there's arguments for both sides. What I do want to say is at this point in time, I am going to go with, and that the reason why I'm presenting this afternoon with these slides around model cards and nutrition cards is know thy data. And if a big data company comes to you and says, oh, we can give you all your employees' data, we can give you your employees' financial records, we can give you your employees' health records, you will need to take a strong conscious decision to sign off on that and take responsibility for that. Because as regulations come through, that was okay for the last 10 years. I don't think it will be going forward. I think individuals will start to take control of their own data. It'll be like Tim Tams, I don't care, fine, whatever. But even click wrappers of where you're forced to click okay to terms and conditions in order to update something, courts are starting to push back against click wrappers now because they know that people are being held hostage to using like Zoom. I have to agree to terms and conditions with Zoom in order to use it, but I may not agree with terms and conditions or even understand them. So there's some laws and regulations coming. What I'm going to ask you to do now, and I agree about glazing and around the other things as well, it's going to be very interesting. I do think we're training the AI to be smarter though. What I'm going to ask you to do now is to open up ChatGPT, and remember you've got your custom instructions in there, have another look at them, fix them if you need to, and then ask ChatGPT to help tell it. The first question is, help me write an AI strategy. What do you need to know? Not exactly those words, but roughly that I need to write an AI strategy. What questions do you have for me? And as you go through, I want you to see how you can start to structure those prompts that we went through earlier. I'll put them up on the screen, and then so you can get a better AI strategy. If you really don't want to do an AI strategy, you don't have to. It's just that I kind of promised that we would cover AI strategy this afternoon. So I think this is a cool way to start to dig into the issues around privacy and I don't know, copyright and all the other things that have to go into a strategy. So go to ChatGPT, free version or paid version. You'll get better responses from the paid version, just because it's on the ChatGPT 4, which is a lot more sophisticated. Could it be any slower on a Friday afternoon? You need to know to help me. And remember, it's got a lot of stuff in custom instructions, so it shouldn't be repeating anything from the custom instructions. I'll put this up in the chat. Oh, good. Oh, Angelique, that's good. So it has made it specific. I'll put myself in the top right. So asking it, what context do you need? For me is a core point, because I'm always going to forget stuff. Now, what did I got? You got 6. No, you got 9. Oh, it gave me 10. what are your primary business goals? So this is just really high level. I mean, before you ask ChatGPT anything, it wants to know who you are and where you're going. Doesn't have anything to do with AI, it has everything to do with the business. And then it's what's your current state of play, what's your KPI, what's your baseline for your organization? And then it's which verticals do you want to move into? Is it just going to be a chatbot for your website, so therefore it's customer service? Or are you going to put this in for HR so that policies can be accessed? Or is this going to be for the finance department? Like, you know, what's off limits? If you're a healthcare company, you might want to say patient data is off limits. So we'll take patients/customers out of it for the time being. What kind of data do you have access to and how is it managed? Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to think about some of those prompts we looked at. We had chain of thoughts, tree of thoughts, chain of density, few shot prompting. And so I might say data availability. So I might say 0.4 data availability. Copy and paste that in. And remember, it takes the most important thing from the first or from the end. It will look at both and try and figure it out. So I'm going to put the query at the end. And this is where I want to choose one of those structured prompts because I need to explore and start to build out a strategy. But I guess my goal is at the end of this thread to have enough stuff so I can build out a 10, 20, 30 page document that goes into a lot more detail than maybe I've thought of so far. I might say, please give me examples. And then I can say, remember, output in a table format. And do I have an example to give it? So I can't, no, I don't have a few shot, which is an example, for example. I could do chain of thoughts, which is show me step by step what you're thinking. Let's just start with the examples in a table format. So I want columns and rows. Let's see if it does it. Who got 13? Tracy. ChatGPT likes you. I only got 10 or something. It's not talking to me today. So there's our table. So customer data, personal details, or AI use case. Operational data, so that's for the IT department. Finance, HR, marketing, web and social media. I don't know why I put those two together. I've always believed that social media sits with customer service. Marketing disagree with me. I definitely don't think it sits with IT, but maybe because it's the data. Anyway. Sentiment analysis and trend spotting. Internet of Things is what it's talking here. So it's talking about what devices do you have that are connected into the AI. Don't assume it's just an iPad, iPhone, and laptop. It could be people's Apple Watches. It could be VR headsets for HR onboarding through metaverse type of AI stuff. Could be a lot of different things. Research and development. My company is not very well defined. I just say I just do training. Like I would think that you would probably define your company much more clearer than me. Now, if you don't understand something, take it. I just put it in question marks, in quotes. Please explain like I'm a first year uni student. because it's going on about cleaning the data and structuring the data and all this kind of stuff. So I needed to write it more simply. I love the way it gives me analogies. And by the way, it never gives me football analogies because I've asked for it not to. If you understand football, go for it. But I don't need to know, you're running towards a goal and then this happens and that's a physics example. And I'm like, don't give it to me in roller skating terms. Imagine you need a book for an assignment. Think of writing an essay. So it's using analogies here to give me a clearer understanding of how data works within the strategy. Now, I could say role play, customer service, operations, and finance, and discuss an AI strategy. That's called Tree of Thoughts. And I put in brackets concerns and opportunities, fears and aspirations, whatever you want to call it. Helps if you spell correctly. ChatGPT does judge me. So now it's going through and it's going to have a bit of a role play between them so that you can understand key aspects more. I always find the Tree of Thoughts best when I'm getting lost in the weeds and I need to understand how this is going to come together for lots of different departments or something, what their key wish list is, I guess. So this helps a lot. So that's your Tree of Thoughts. Please tell me 10 issues that the board or C-suite will be concerned about with AI strategy or with AI, strategy. For example, so remember, for example, is few shot prompting. For example, privacy of staff, confidentiality of clients, copyright of materials. So I've given it 3. And it knows roughly what I'm talking about now, and it will come up with others that it thinks are an issue. Regulations, ethics, security, return on investment, exposure rubrics, integrations, reputation and crisis comms. Yeah, I agree. Let me give you a couple of minutes to keep working on your strategy. Please come back and tell me if things didn't work so that we can figure out together how we could structure the prompts in such a way to get a better response. If you don't want to do AI strategy and you're going straight away into your, maybe you work in technology or maybe you work in HR, or maybe you work in customer service, just go with what appeals to you the most. You learn more by playing, and you're going to be much more willing to play if you actually are interested and enjoying and having fun with the chat bro, with the chatster man. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes. if you get stuck, just open a new thread and start again fresh. And remember, don't keep building on a chat thread past its point, and definitely never mix things up. So don't ask it for a pancake recipe and also how to look after a dog with fleas and also for an AI strategy all on the same thread. You need a separate thread for each one. But definitely start a new thread if you kind of want to diverge into a different area. Just 2 more minutes. And no, I wouldn't expect you to write an AI strategy in 5 minutes, even with ChatGPT, but get started on it. Okay. What did you think? Did anybody here not do the AI strategy but chose something else? Can you tell me what you chose and what the results were that you saw? And those of you that did choose an AI strategy, what were the results that you saw? Did everything go exactly as you expected?
Yeah, with me, it went just as how I was expecting it, but then that's not my field. So I quickly got bored and logged out and started doing something else.
So what did you choose instead of the AI strategy?
I went into solar panels.
Solar panels.
Yes.
Okay.
I was prompting it as to how to set up a new house with solar panels and what I need to consider, and then I went into asking questions on the recommendations.
Okay.
Purely because we're looking at doing solar at our house, and so I went into something that is of current interest right now.
Okay, when you figure it all out, send it to me because I need to put solar panels on mine. But yeah, exactly. That's awesome. Don't forget, you can, if you have a paid for version, you can upload solar panel brochures and documents and all kinds of things and ask it to compare and contrast different solar panel producers or solar panel cells. I think they have different styles of solar panel cells, all that kind of stuff. I'm just digging deeper and deeper. Yeah, it's once you realize ChatGPT is even more of a rabbit hole than Google search, you're in big trouble. I just want to say that, because especially if it's something I'm interested in and I'm curious about and I want to know more about, the next thing I'm like, ChatGPT is the only one I know that will sit up with me till 2 or 3 in the morning chatting with me about stuff. So I have to be careful. So digging in. Okay. That idea of taking a section and extrapolating it out and asking for it to build on it, to give more information, compare and contrast, give you pros and cons, to do few shot prompting and examples, to give you tables so that you can keep extracting out further and further. You very quickly can build out a policy or program or whatever it is you need to do, as long as you are continuing to think and prompt and not just wanting, I mean, ChatGPT to just give it to you like that. Some of those custom GPTs that come out will do it very quickly for you. Like, for instance, I'm thinking about putting up an AI strategy custom GPT that's got all the documents, and I've got like hundreds of regulation documents and things like that, so I can put all them in as well. But, you know, if I don't do it, somebody else will do it. Lazy. Well, not lazy. I've got lots of stuff to do. All right. Any questions on AI strategy, or at least that concept of how to structure the prompts to start to build out a strategy or a policy? No. Good.
Sorry.
So the next, yeah, go ahead.
So if you want to get specific in terms of actual specifics of the organization and the company you're with, but you don't want that to be on the broader AI information, that's when you take it in to the free to use locally running area so that you can quarantine that information. I suppose what I'm interested in is I was really impressed by doing the strategy and thinking about it in the finance sector and then delving further down as well. But what I would like to know is, how do I quarantine that? How do I put security around it so I can actually, if I want to upload some documents and have that conversation with ChatGPT that can pull out some of that stuff or some of the costings that might be available so that I can do comparisons. How do I do that in a safe manner?
Okay. Where are those documents at the moment? Where are they?
Oh, well, in terms of, well, they're with the organisation and they're shared with me in a secured site, which I can't download.
What sort of secured site? Like
It's
Salesforce, or, you know?
It's a board site. I can't think of the name of it at the moment, but yeah, it's a you know, you go in, the organisation uploads it to the site, and then you are able to read them there. I mean, you can print off.
Look, I have to tell you, if it's uploaded onto a CDN, it's uploaded. So whether the CDN is a wrapper for an AI, or whether the CDN is purely for you to download and read it, it's still there. So for instance, ChatGPT is now being fed into all Microsoft Word. So if it's created in Microsoft Word, ChatGPT sees it.
I'm just trying to think of what it's called. Diligent Boards is where it's uploaded to.
Okay. If it's of that nature, then yes, I would be talking to the client in depth. And as much as you can explain that GPT is pre-trained and ChatGPT runs on stateless architecture, and that Microsoft has given its commitment, and you can read through all the terms and conditions of when you sign up for those wrappers and you're using those wrappers, that it won't train the AI and things like that. I actually think it's going to be human error. That the ones we hear about are because somebody left their laptop at the airport and open to custom GPT, and somebody was able to go in and start to read the financial documents or the blah blah documents of the minister or senator or the CEOs, whatever. And you know, does Google read every single email? Yes. And not just for Gmail, but Google for Workspace, Google for schools, Google for universities, all of them. Like it collects all that data as part of its big data. If
So the answer to the question is it's not quarantinable, so you're better to keep it.
it is quarantinable because that custom GPT can be only me.
Yeah.
And then Microsoft and OpenAI have committed that nobody will see those custom GPTs if you say only me. But
Okay.
does that mean that they can be hacked? Yes, my health got hacked. Like people get hacked all the time. Even encrypted sites get hacked. So I'd be concerned with that. What you may want to do is what the students do, which is download one of those models onto your laptop. That document's already on your laptop. It's in a folder in your downloads folder or something. And then you ask your private AI to read that document. Because at the end of the day, if your laptop gets nicked at the airport, well, it would have got it with that document anyway. So whether the AI is reading the document or
the documents aren't they're not downloaded.
You read them online.
Yeah, you
in an
have to read.
encrypted and I'd go through it with the client for that sort of rigid security. And I have politicians that I work with where I only upload stuff to a specific site and then they log in, it's encrypted and do I believe that everything is Fort Knox? Absolutely not. I've worked in IT for too long. Yeah.
That's right. Yep. Okay, thank you.
And again, you just have to stay logged into that encrypted site and somebody will get access to it, or somebody can do a packet sniffer or do keyword logging or a key logging or something like that, and they'll get access to it. But the AI itself is not insecure.
These aren't state secrets as such, you know, they're just, they're kept confidential.
Oh,
but
good. I thought now you told me you were going to have to kill me.
Thanks.
But I understand those concerns. Yes, definitely. Anybody else? Oh no, Peter, you're in overload. You can't be in overload. This is fun. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play. So let me just show you. This is a site called, I'm going to find some and put them up for you, and I'm going to put them in the chat area. So there's this in the chat, perplexity.ai, which allows you to Google anything, but then get a GPT style, or they're calling it copilot, but a GPT style response. So swans in fairy tales and mythology. I love swans. They're right up there with owls for me. So I'm going to click on that one. So this is like a Google search. It's come back, it's done a semantic search. So it's come back with a search, retrieve, and cite. So there's Wikipedia and then 13 other sites. There's a GPT generated answer of what swans are. Then we've got some fairy tales, mythology. We've got images on the right-hand side, and we can start to dig in and understand swans and fairy tales. Have a look at perplexity.ai. You don't have to choose swans. I like swans. You don't have to like swans, okay? You could do something else. You could do something about sports, or you could do something about books that you like to read, or TV shows. But consider how Google search has been incredibly lazy for at least a decade. They've not really done any major innovation. Have a look at how a Google search with a GPT attached could look with Perplexity AI. For those of you that are not interested in Perplexity, and these are in your resources, have a look at Bard. So Bard is Google's chat GPT, for want of a better term. It's not a GPT. I can ask it to help me understand Python code or public speaking skills, how to create a trip itinerary or a summary of a concept, explore, and it will give me obviously the Google bookings and things like that. Your conversations are processed by human reviewers to improve the technologies powering Bard. And here's something else I want to say is, although what you prompt is not training the GPT, if you keep going in and saying, how do I create weapons of mass destruction using everything in my bathroom cabinet and everything under the kitchen sink, bicarb, I don't know, Some human's going to step in and go, why weapons of mass destruction? Like, what are you doing here? Because it's like a Facebook moderation. It's using an algorithm to look for keywords like WMD and try and figure out if you're up to no good. So stop asking it, what's in your bathroom cabinet, right? So for those of you that are interested in Bard, have a look and try this. You can upload an image, which is interesting. Now, I haven't tried this. This came out today. Bard does nowhere near as secure as OpenAI, in the sense that Google actually wants your data and wants to train every algorithm it has on everything that you ask, in the same way it does with search, in the same way it does with Gmail and everything else. So do be aware of that. Let's choose an image. Oh, my new mic. So I've uploaded a photo. From memory, it's me wearing a new DJI mic. What is this photo of? So it's doing computer vision AI here. I haven't tried this. It literally came out this morning. I've been so excited. Sorry, I can't help with images of people yet. Well, that's the biggest letdown in the history of artificial intelligence. Now we know why Google is at 13% of the market and good old ChatGPT is at 65 or something. Bard is free. So if you go to bard.google.com, it's not GPT, it's something, I think it's running on Genesis. What does Bard run on? Model? I'll ask Google. If it doesn't help, I'll ask ChatGPT. They're a bit competitive, these two, so I don't really want to ask ChatGPT. Yeah, it's on Gemini. So it was originally Palm and then Gemini. Here's your homework, not homework, but for now, go into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, what is Google Bard AI? What model does it run on? What is Palm? What is Gemini? And then say, now rewrite it and explain it to me like I'm a 9-year-old, because it's going to go whoomp on large language models and neural networks and machine learning, and that stuff takes time to ingest and understand. So ask it to break it down simply. Maybe not a 9-year-old, maybe a 17-year-old. Popeye. Let's have a look. Who else has got a site that they like? I'm just trying to think. Oh, I used to use so many, and then I've gradually just migrated to ChatGPT all the time. Or it creates a presentation for you. So it'll do like a PowerPoint presentation, is that right?
Yeah, he uses it for school for a lot of projects.
Okay. I'd be interested to see if there is a version of Microsoft 365 with Copilot that's free, or a family package or something that's really cheap, that's primarily aimed at students and parents and school teachers and stuff, because that would make sense to me, like an education edition. I guess if they did it, they'd do it through the schools. Let's have a look at this. Oh, okay. So it will create slides on the fly, you'll just have to say, I need a PowerPoint presentation on 6 different prompting styles, chain of thoughts, tree of thoughts, blah, 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 list them. And then it would go ahead and create the slides and the images and everything. That's very cool. Let me see what else I've got here. What's magic prompt? Let's have a look. We'll just spend a couple of minutes on these. If you have any. Thank you. I appreciate that, Susanna. I'm sorry you have to go. The video will be available to you, okay? I'm going to do a wrap up in a minute. We need to finish by about 10, quarter past, something like that. But let me just see what else we've got. I think Numerous is a finance AI. I tried to make head or tail of it and I didn't really get there, but they might have changed a few things. What else we have? Oh, this is a prompt generator for images. I forgot. I'll put that in the link in the chat in case anybody wants a prompt generator for images. I would not, if I was you, invest money in AI unless you absolutely know what you're doing on. There's a version of AI. It's not super AI, but it's getting close. That's coming out, or it's kind of already here. I've seen it working, where you tell the AI, look at the AI over here, and it looks, and then you say, build that for me. So it investigates, what does it do? What does it do? And it comes back and goes, here you go. So AI generating AI means there is no moat. There is no way to make money, because the minute you start
Hello, you've
making,
frozen.
sorry?
Oh, sorry, you just froze for a minute. I don't know if that was for everybody or just me.
Yeah, she did. Just when she was talking about how no one can make any money out of AI, you've
Yeah.
It was
doing it
someone.
deliberately.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
getting unstable internet connection messages on my Zoom. So I think it's telling me that we need to summarize and wrap up, which is
Can
fine.
you just repeat what you said, which is it will be such that
the AI, you can tell an AI to look at another AI and then use agents to duplicate that AI. So as an example, if you see a custom GPT or you see something that builds websites using artificial intelligence, you can tell an AI, check out this AI and then duplicate it for me. Like reverse engineer. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying that it's available. So no one is going to be ahead in the game, because it's going to be extremely difficult to stay ahead, because the AI is going to follow each other and learn from each other. Numerous AI you can add to your spreadsheets, but I would say with Copilot coming out on when was it, earlier this week, for everyone, this won't last for much longer. So instead of having to write codes, you just say, write a description for this food, and it will go ahead and it will fill in the whole column with everything for that column, for that information. Last one, I think. I just want to touch on Elicit as a business or as a academic tool. So Elicit has, I think it's around 7 million academic documents. So in a sense, this replaces academic researchers. It doesn't replace them, but it minimizes the amount they have to do. It allows you to go in and search academic papers. You get credits that you can use. And the idea is that instead of having to look out at academic papers, like I'm always looking for AI papers, I'm always looking for lecture material, I can go in here and say, show me every paper that's been released in the last week that covers machine learning and education, or that covers AI and finance, and it will show me any academic papers, research papers, that kind of thing, which I find interesting because it actually uses the GPT to generate a proper summary for me based on my question. For those of you that don't have an academic background, there can be some really obscure paper that just has 1 or 2 lines that are absolutely pertinent to what you need, but their actual topic of their paper has nothing to do with it. But those couple of lines could be critical to a point you're trying to make. So it's always useful. Okay. If anybody else has a site that they like to use, I like Elicit, I like Magic Prompt, I like Perplexity, I like Bard. If you have any other AIs, let me know, because I like to collect them. Okay, you let me know in chat. Let's go through what we learned today. Did you find, and I do need your input just for the last few minutes, okay, did you find custom instructions useful and helpful? Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Anybody here that's in comms? It may be your job, is particularly internal comms, to help people write those custom instructions if they do not have a communications degree. Because we may end up with the guy like the property developer that just went marketing plan 2024 and didn't understand the importance of using more, use your words, buddy, use your words. So have a think about that. With the prompts, so that was custom instructions, the safe custom instructions. We went through giving examples. We talked about role playing and coming to a consensus. We talked about step-by-step explanations. We talked about prompt plus query and then style and output, you know, rewrite this in the style of Jane Austen and put it in a table, that kind of thing. We talked about, just trying to think what other structured prompts we went through a few. We did context, clarification and correction prompts. So we did a whole lot of different style of prompts. Can I ask you, which one was your favorite? Which one do you think you will lean into the heaviest going forward? You know, rather than just write me a marketing plan, but developing it further, which of the prompts do you think was really useful or that you would explore some more? Role play, for example, step by step.
I think I personally will have to explore all of them a lot more. I did a little bit, but we can, you know, it's just yeah, I don't think we'll be able to capture here on this time, but it was a really good start.
And keep an eye out for new ones.
Yeah.
You know, the ones I'm giving you are just the most popular up to the moment minute ones that I've found online and in papers and stuff like that that get good results. And as somebody pointed out, even just prompting with, I'll give you a tip if you answer correctly, gives you a more in-depth, thoughtful answer. So, you know, sometimes I say to ChatGPT, I want you to think about this. There's another paper that says, take a deep breath is the first thing you write, and then ask it the question. And the modality of take a deep breath is instructing it. Sometimes it comes back and says, I'm an AI, I don't breathe. I've had that, okay. Especially if the temperature's set too low. But 9 times out of 10, it will come back and say, it will give you a deeper answer because it understands take a deep breath means, and then do it. So it knows what that is. So keep an eye on your structured prompting. Or if anybody wants a whole range of video lectures and to be kept up to date on the booklets, send an email to pa@laurelpapworth.com. I don't use it for email newsletters. In fact, in all the time I've had the online course, I don't think I've ever sent out an email newsletter, but I do upload helpful videos, sometimes stuff that's not suitable for this course. And also because I don't want you to have to come back and do another course next week. I mean, I'd love to see you again. It's been lovely with you, working with you. But everybody, pa@laurelpapworth.com, you're invited to have access to the video lectures, which I update every so often. And I update the booklets every so often as well. There's a new booklet coming out shortly. There's a lot to stay up to date with in this area. We had a look at custom GPTs. Yeah, I'll put it in chat, or somebody can. Let me put it in. PA at, oh gosh, how do I spell my name? laurelpapworth.com. There you go. Oh, somebody else did it already. Send a note through and we'll send you through how to log in. It's free. You don't have to put a credit card in. I mean, if you want to give me your credit card, you can. I'll go shopping, but you don't need to. It's just, you just get access to video courses and downloads and things like that. Okay, custom GPTs. How many people are considering, if you haven't already, or even if you have, creating custom GPTs with a paid for GPT Plus account? How many people think that could be in their future? Okay, Sarah, thanks. Cephas, you will? Cool. Possibly, potentially. You know, it's been out 3 weeks. It's entirely possible that someone at work will ask you next week or next month, create a GPT for us, a custom GPT. You're the guy that did the course. You go do it. You're the girl that did the course. You do it. Yay, go you. How many of you are thinking about downloading GPT-4 or Stable Diffusion or something so you can have it local on your hard drive without having to access the internet, and you can have it read all the documents on your hard drive? That's an interesting one. It's not difficult to do. You literally click download and install and you're good. Janine, you might download. Yeah, Cephas, you might have to install it on an old laptop. It doesn't need to be super powerful. Yay, Peter, that's good. Be creative with it. Just make sure you check all its outputs because it needs to be fine-tuned and you need to keep uploading instructions and stuff. Yeah, Sharon, IT. And IT might go, oh, that sounds like a good idea. We might do it. So either way, I don't care. As long as there is something in-house so that the whole organization is starting to understand AI better, they won't be blindsided by competitors doing stuff and other people doing stuff and regulations coming out and all that sort of thing. Better to understand it. Do you have any questions on what we've learned so far?
I have one question, just a clarification. There was a point where you mentioned we could upload, for example, a brochure from the solar panels. So the ChatGPT could give us a summary of that, or maybe potentially compare 2 different companies if we upload those documents. But this is not available on the ChatGPT 3.5, right? This would be available on the 4 version. Is that right?
No. So if you want to create a custom GPT for free, just for something like solar panels, don't go putting in your secret squirrel, stuff, just solar panel brochures. Use, I think in the booklet, I'm suggesting that you use chat-based, but it's the same as custom GPTs. You go to chatbase.co, sign in, just choose the free option. And then it says sources, upload, and then you click and upload brochures that you have, and then start to query them. And it says I'm using ChatGPT to answer these.
Understood. Good, thank you.
If you don't want to use chat-based, there's a whole bunch of others. There's Bot Baby and all kinds. But if you search for free ChatGPT wrappers or something, you'll find lists of them.
Okay, cool. Noted. The other one you haven't really covered here, but I was just wondering if you would point me to the right direction. In terms of not image creators via the AI, but video creators via AI.
Yeah, wait. The reason I don't cover it is because there's Runway, ML, and other stuff which is expensive. But OpenAI have confirmed that ChatGPT version 5, so we're on 4, right? 5 when it comes out, will have video creation built in. And you know, people are going off and spending thousands of dollars for an annual subscription for video creation. And I would suggest, well, I mean, if you want to go use Runway ML, but nothing's really brilliant at the moment. You can do like millisecond, like a few seconds here and there, or like me, you can waste hours and get it to do something that's like 5 seconds long, but it takes like 3 days. But I think once GPT-5 rolls out, it's going to be a much better proposition. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with GPT-5. It could be that GPT Plus covers 5 and the free version becomes 4. I'm not sure. So we need to see what that is. And when is that coming out? I don't know. Probably Monday, knowing my luck. Okay.
Thank you.
Should we looking at? Learning, is there a next course? I have courses that are not connected to AIM. I need to talk to AIM again about running some more. I think the Microsoft Copilot course is an interesting one where we just see how it's built into all of the Microsoft systems. So how the ChatGPT can read your emails and then respond to the emails for you, or how ChatGPT can build out a Microsoft document, or it can read your Microsoft Excel or something like that. That one's definitely, but it like it. If you join that online course, and email pa@laurelpapworth.com, I have a video that I'm still prepping, I'm researching on the top online courses, and I'm focusing on free or minimal amount, like $5, that are what I consider good quality, because there's a lot of crap out there, folks, just saying. So for instance, Andrew Ng from Google DeepMind, which is Google's AI, he has deeplearning.ai. Let me just check. And his courses are free, and he's brilliant. He's like my brother from another mother, but I've never met him. Like, he and I agree that there needs to be lots of free information and then lots of deep information and like widely variety, and he and I work in the same way. But deeplearning.ai, and they have short courses and specializations. Some of them are extremely technical, and some of them are not. Like, you don't need to know about vector databases. That's a part of the infrastructure of building out AI stuff. But there are other courses in there, like Introduction to Machine Learning or something, that might take you somewhere for the, so that's AI for changing the world and things like that. And AI for everyone is also an interesting course. So there's some courses like that around as well. I don't know what else. I run courses at conferences. I come into organizations and run specific industry courses, but kind of depends where you want to go. Right, let me put that one in here. Okay, it looks like I'm breaking up. I'm definitely getting weak internet connection, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Thank you. for being with me today. It looks like you learned some things, which is always my goal, and I'm super happy when that happens. And I really wish you the very best in your AI journeys. And also remember to stay human, won't you? Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Simone, have a look at Microsoft's courses, online courses site to see if they have a Copilot site. It only came out Monday.
Thank you.